Hey, hey, hey. What's up, everybody? Let's get everybody brought on here. Uh, Mr. Paul is killing me. He still got the sticker. He just,
Mr. Paul, I need a favor.
that was quick.
Oh yeah,
You know Troy Sutton?
a little bit.
Troy Sutton is a veteran. Also, has been in a bunch of channels. Anyway, he's in the hospital
Is he?
in Virginia. So if you could kindly remember him in prayers, that would be appreciated. He's got for something's wrong with his arm, and he can't walk. So they did an MRI and a few other things, but they're going to keep him in the hospital. I'm getting this information via Trey's favorite person, Amy.
I don't think you're wrong. I'd heard something about that. So
Now, let me get this overlaid here. Well, who all do we have in here? I don't see.
Well, the question is, am I restreaming?
Well, we will see as soon as someone ties in. Let me go look here because it don't look like. I mean, we're live, but it don't look like we're live. If that makes sense to you.
oh yeah, we're live.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got it. Yep, we are live. I was trying to see, make sure.
Well, how do you find out if you're restreaming? You just go into the.
Well, if somebody will go in, let me see. Matter of fact, okay. Tell you what I can do. If anybody, well, we got to get a few people in here. We don't really have nobody in here right now. But what we'll do is we get some folks in here. If everybody will more or less, uh,
Well, Heaven's Fire says I'm live.
yeah, yeah,
I just got to figure out how to get mods so I know who I'm going to be getting.
yeah. So
Already.
anybody that jumps into here, y'all make sure give me a thumbs up. But then after that, y'all run over and go to Mr. Paul's or Chris's channel and watch it from there. So help them with their watch hours. But give me a thumbs up first, where I get a thumbs up out of it. Hey, Duncan Family Farms. Okay, we got some folks jumping in now. There's Heather.
Hello, Duncan Family
Heaven's
Farms.
Fire. There's Paul Case in there in the comment section.
Well, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it again too.
You're gonna do it up Madwood Barbecue. I don't know if he's in right now. He was in. He got in earlier, but I don't know if he's back in yet. So,
let's see.
Chris, click on someone's name. Yeah, that's how you do it, Chris. If you try and look how to make somebody a mod, like if Heather is watching from yours right now, go in there and you hit her name, and it'll bring up options.
You have to go back to the YouTube to do that.
Yeah, on the YouTube, not the restream. YouTube. Yes, sir.
So, but do I go on your stream on my Yahoo?
You go to your channel. Okay. Go to your channel and do it.
And you'll see Paul Case has commented on there.
Look at there. Look at there. So what you do is you can make them what is the moderator? There's two different ones you can do, Chris. If you give them, I'm blank. I hadn't made nobody a moderator in so long now.
Well, I'm trying to figure out. I'm at my channel.
Yep.
On my phone.
Okay, go to the live on your channel, and then get it to where you can see the comments, and then just say if you want to make Heather a mod, go in there on her name, and then it's going to bring up a list of things. You can make them I
think you have to
standard mod. There you go, Heather. She knew what I was trying to say. A standard mod.
Click on the 3 dots on the end of their names. What I
Yeah,
have
there
to
you
do.
go. Yeah, I'm sorry. Get me straight there, Mr. Paul.
Like, and then it gives me a whole bunch of stuff, but the bottom ones add as moderator, and standard moderator is the one you want to add. The managing moderator can moderate everything there is.
Yeah, they can. I think they can make changes to your channel. They can do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So there's Peter, old man King Homestead. There's Glenn and Shannon from Glenn and Shannon Salty Life. How are y'all? We're trying to get everybody straight here, guys. And I was telling them if anybody wants to go jump on either Mr. Paul or Chris channel and watch from there, y'all just give me a thumbs up before y'all leave my live and jump over to theirs. And you can watch from either one, or you can jump in between theirs, whatever. And I mean, all that is just there to more or less it helps give them watch hours.
Yeah, he's just doing this to help other people out. It makes Trey look like a really good guy.
Make Trey look like what?
A really good guy. And not that he needs any help like that.
Hey, there's Scotty. What are you doing, Mr. Scotty? Scotty's been sporting around that black Our Louisiana Life cap. Yeah. Okay.
I leave the stickers on my new tires when I have them put on my truck too. That way I get longer tread life.
Yeah. Okay. Madwood Barbecue. You're Terry. Okay. I'm gonna try to remember that. I'm pretty good at remembering that, but it may take me a few times to remember you. I don't have the bestest of brain there.
You might as well start your list now.
That's the bad thing. I need to get me a notepad and sit
Yep.
down and make me notes. But I mean, I am pretty good. I remember a lot of folks. Once I say it and do it a few times, I'm actually pretty good at it.
That's what I say, Jim.
There's glitters. Well, wait, what is it? Skittles
and glitter. Hello, Skittles and glitter.
I'm hunting for a couple loose strings. They connect to my eyelids. Come on, Joe.
And
yeah, never give me. Hey, that's cool, Scotty. Y'all jump. Y'all just make sure to give me a thumbs up. Don't leave me out on them thumbs up before you leave.
Joe, I feel your pain, friend.
Yeah.
Is there anything else I should do on? Because I've got Heather as a moderator.
Well, now, Glenn and Shannon, Chris isn't in Winsboro.
Actually, I have a pasture next to Bunny, so technically I'm renting there.
Oh,
this is how it works. Winsboro, Louisiana, Ponca City, Oklahoma, Quapaw, Oklahoma, and
gotcha.
And y'all might have an inkling of an idea where 2 out of 3 of those are.
I gotta get me a pen. I'm gonna try to jot me down some stuff. So, the Madwood Barbecue, just to make me a cheat sheet. That's Terry. That'll help me go a little easier. I see, Terry. You said you're friends with Mr. Jerry Butler. That's cool. I like Mr. Jerry. I've talked to him several times.
Jerry's been to my place. He came over and chatted with me for a couple of hours, talked about he used to work for, I don't know, neither one of you probably know what MFA is, do you?
Who?
MFA. It stood for Missouri Farmers Association, and it was a co-op basically in Missouri. And he used to work for MFA, and he went around, spread fertilizer, and sprayed people's places for them through MFA.
Hey,
really?
Neil.
That would. used to live in Grove, Oklahoma, so he probably knows right where Quapaw's at.
Yep. There's Ace in the house. Hello, Ace.
Hi,
Miss
Ace.
Lori, prepping for heaven. How you doing, Miss Lori?
Hello, Miss Lori.
Let me see.
How's my caroling partner doing?
Terry said he used to live in Grove, Oklahoma. Okay.
Know where that's at.
Yeah, Scotty makes a good one, Chris.
Well, you haven't commented, Trey, so I can't add you.
Paul, I'm wanting to come your way this week. Not sure which day. Does it make? No.
Just give me a call and let me know you're coming, and I'll make sure and be around.
And I didn't know if Paul wanted to be a moderator, so.
Well, let me see if I can find you on here right quick, Chris.
I don't know if it'll do you any good to have me as a moderator because we're always on the same lives. I can't pay attention a lot of the time. I'm one of those guys that's too poor to pay attention, I guess.
Well, I can pay attention. My problem is when I start paying attention to one thing, I forget the other stuff. I gotta be careful right here. I'm trying to get on here, but I've been forgot the list over here. Let me see.
Duncan Family Farm is
all right. There you go, Chris.
Is Greg and Donna. I didn't know if you knew that.
Yes. Well, I knew Greg. I keep forgetting Donna.
Yep. Joe, I ain't leaving yet. Come on. Really? And I don't know. I'm not always into this thing of going 4 or 5 hours, but I try to hang with you for an hour. I think I was almost 2 the other night. And I go to get sleepy because I have this disease where when you sit down too long, your eyes go shut.
Well, tonight, I'm going to tell you, we're not going to run it real long anyway tonight because I have to get up super early in the morning because I've got to head to Shreveport. I've got to go there early and get my first injection in my knee tomorrow. So we're not going to try to run this one.
I hope that goes really good for you, Trey. My mom had several of those old cortisone shots they used to give in her knees, and it would make it to where she could go for a while again.
Well, the cortisone shot that I've got right now, I'm gonna tell you, I didn't think it done anything for the first few days.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you now, man, my knee feels like wonderful.
Yeah.
Now I know now how long it lasts is unknown right now, but right now, hey Joe, fix it for you. But this other one, tools, my truck was broken into. Oh, okay. That's right. I remember that. Terry talking about your tools got broke into.
Hey, Avid.
But hey, Avid, what's up, man?
Matt Wood. I heard a story about that, and it was the Grove police that caught somebody with a whole bunch of carpentry tools that had been stolen. So you might ought to get a hold of the Grove police if you haven't talked to them, if that's where you were at when that was stolen or in the area.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but like I said, the knee right now with the cortisone shot it feels great. These shots, I've had people ask me, are these shots I'm going to get tomorrow rooster comb shots? I know Mama had got the rooster comb shots, but they didn't call it that. They called this a gel. And it's supposed to be, my insurance approved the 3 shots. So I have to get one. And I'm assuming it's just every week at the same time. So, hey, Bowen, what's up, brother? I'm assuming that I'll have to get one this Tuesday. Then I have to go get another one next Tuesday and then get one the following Tuesday. So I said, what sucks about it is because we waited to the end of the year, insurance is going to pay for the first one.
And then you have to start over.
And I got to start over. And then them shots are $200 a pop.
Yeah. My mom was not able to ever get her knees replaced until she was old enough to get on Medicare. And they did that for her. And I don't want to scare you with what it can be. But just be careful and don't don't run too fast until you get your legs back under you. My mom's hips was bad too, and she
Yeah.
needed to have gotten one of those changed and didn't, and it wound up being not so good of a deal for her. But she got all past it. Happened to be the same time I had cut my thumb off that she was laid up so bad, and so we kind of chummed around together some. Give Dad a break for a while.
Well,
But
I'm all for the knee replacement. I know it may sound, but I mean, I'm telling you, I'm just to the point that, I'm all for it. So, but the doctor don't want to do it because of my age.
yeah. The my mom, of course, though, she can now run circles around my dad, who needs to have his knees replaced, but he's not so inclined to do it. But when Mom got those shots, she said, and like I said, it's not what you're doing, but the cortisone shots, she said, they hurt you when they put that in, and so it was like for the first 3 days, 2 or 3 days after they put it in, you was really sore from them shooting that into your joint. And then
Yeah.
after that, she could go a while. And
Yeah.
uh,
Well, my knee was sore for, I'd say, kind of 2 days from the cortisone shot they give me. But after that, it didn't really feel no different. Still had the pain in all the same places and all that. But after about 4 days or so, 4 or 5 days, it went to feeling good, and I almost feel like I could just strike out and run. Eh,
Bowen,
well,
shame on you, Bowen. We're gonna make Bowen into the bionic man. He'll still have to have the breathing machine.
hey, Junote. Hey, you're not late. You just on time. We just got started. Hey, you get ready. Hey, jump on. Link's pinned up there.
Well,
I know
hopefully,
you like to talk.
Flint and her and
Here,
God, the son is feeling
Flint
better.
and Sam. I'm not a spring chicken now, Abby.
All chicks.
I'm not a
I think
fall chick.
that's the reason we're not spring chickens, because we took to falling.
Yeah, my age, Glenn and Shannon. I'm 45, and for some reason, the doctor, when I went to him, he said that's he thinks it's too early. His goal is to get me to 48, at least 48, before we do the knee replacement.
Look
What's
at
your
Bowen up
at?
there. He's like, I can work with that as long as I got a bionic leg, you know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the only good I would do having a bionic leg was I'd then be able to truly kick myself in the butt, you know.
Oh, Bowen.
What I got to tell you, it
Bowen.
started happening for me about 38. At 38, it started taking me all day to do what I had done all day long before, you know. Yeah. Oh. Tell Troy Sutton we're going to pray for him here in a little while, at least before we get off from here, Amy.
Yep. We got you, Amy. We got you.
I just want to know, Trey.
What's that?
Is that gel? Is it silicone?
I'm not 100% because it was, I believe they said either 3 or 4 different shots that they could do, and each one depending on which one my insurance approved. Is one of them be a 1-shot deal, a 2-shot? So I don't know. I guess we'll find all that out in the morning when we get there.
Hey, look at Mickey's comment. Hey, Mickey, I don't know anybody on this panel that don't have some kind of mad respect for Critter Creek's comics. His drawings exactly are awesome. So,
amen to that. Yeah. Yes, I do, Sam.
Hey, look. Nah, look at here now, Flint.
I thought you were friends.
He ripped you the other day. He gonna rip me tonight. Look, I'm ripping Hurricane Creek Farms is who I'm ripping tonight.
Well, I can change the Joe Fix It for you, but I figured since I
You're
was on
looking
Trey's
good.
live,
You did. Yep. Yep. I like it. I like it.
is that Beth? Is who I need to be praying for? Beth. Isn't that right? At BNS?
Yes. Beth. That's Neil and Beth. Neil is her husband is Treasure Hunter
Treasure
Neil.
Hunter Neil. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Gotcha.
So
A knee lift. No, it's not a knee lift. You get a knee lift when you get a knee replaced. They'll give you a machine to lay in bed with to exercise your knee for you. And my mom says, don't let the doctor set the angles on it, because he don't care if he hurts you a little.
local prepper, welcome in. We're just hanging out and chatting. That's what we're doing right now.
Well, we're actually conversing between states here too. You know,
Yep.
just a little bit. Local prepper probably don't know that Trey's from Louisiana. Now, tell me, Winsboro? Is that right?
Well, yeah, close to Winsboro. I have a Winsboro address,
Close to
but
Winsboro.
yeah, not
And
technically Winsboro.
and Chris is close to Punk City or somewhere near Punk City, Oklahoma. And I'm from a little old hole in the wall town called Quapaw, Oklahoma.
Can't even say that right. He's from there and can't even say it hardly.
Quapaw. I can't say it to where my phone can write it right. That's for sure.
Or spell it right.
Oh, hey, look, there is Miss Brian. I mean, Miss Brian, Mr. Brian, and Miss Kathy from Resourceful Living. What in the world has got y'all up this late?
Got it.
To run the CMP machine for 12 hours a day for 8 weeks when I had my bone replaced in my right knee years ago. CMP machine. What is a CMP machine?
I'm betting that's the machine they put in bed with you to exercise your knee.
Virginia, North Carolina here, so it's all good from local prepper.
Hey, good to hear from your area.
Yep.
I have some friends that are in Virginia, and they're Larry and Robin. Let's see. Their channel name is Outdoors with Larry and Robin, and they make firewood and stuff. And boy, old Larry is in bad shape. Larry Hoddle, and he has took to falling. They said that he had all of the symptoms of a stroke, but they can find no stroke.
Me too, Heather.
He's having trouble with falling and all kinds of stuff. They're supposed to go. I think it was today. Hey, he had a doctor appointment. They were supposed to look him over again, test him for something else.
I told him, Flint, that I'm assuming it's Flint, maybe say, I don't know, whichever one of y'all it is, that I want to run. I like to run. And I am very out of shape right now because I hadn't been able to run in a while. And I haven't really seen it that much until this hunting season. When I grabbed a deer to take off and I could drag it about maybe 50 yards and I want to fall out breathing hard and thought I could have heart attacks and everything else and had a long way to go.
I've got a question, Trey.
What you got?
The panel wants to know, if you don't get exercise, then how come number 9 keeps running over and jumping the fence? Can't you chase number 9?
Four-wheeler.
Look.
Yeah, that's what he does.
I get exercise, okay, but it's walking exercise. I walk a lot, but I like to run. And up until a few years ago, I could, and it's just been headed downhill. And I told the doctor that the other day, and he's like, "Well, get you a bicycle." I said, "I can't ride a bicycle. I can't bend my knee like it." I need I think he called it some. I don't remember.
Bring them on, Bowen. I'll use them. Hey, he wants me to pull out the cripple jokes. I'll give you one. Did you guys hear about the one-armed man who caught a fish?
Oh, mercy.
Was he hooked?
It was this long. Well, it was.
What did Look, I have been getting a kick, y'all. Juno, I've been getting a kick watching them with the pigs. They got baby pigs, and it's just like it's almost like Sam's got baby pups. She picks them up and carries on with them.
Texachusetts. Come on, Scotty. Texachusetts. Never heard of it. That's not in the Union.
I got you, Flint.
That's all right. They're supposed to, supposedly trying to get a 51 state of Canada.
Yeah, it sucks not being able to run.
That may be the only way they get out of tariffs.
Hey, Trey, I got an idea for you. Let me go get my Taser Model T26. You got 25 feet that you can be ahead of me. And then you're going to go stiffen up and you're going to go splat.
That'll make his muscles overworked, though. We don't want to kill him. We just want
to. No, but it'll help his knee.
Hey,
I'm with Greg. And I've got it to where I can roll to the fridge, as you can very well tell. Hey, and Bowen, you feel welcome to use that all you want. Wear it out. First time I told it was at a funeral.
No.
Hey, Glenn, I'm assuming it must have been Glenn that made that comment there. You saw me with a triple white bush hog the other day. Look, come this summer when it gets wide open, if you want to have you a dream of running one of these, you just contact me. I will let you come and you can come run it. Because we'll get so busy coming up this summer that bush hogging is just something we got to do when we get a chance.
I'm still waiting for you to jumpstart that tractor and go.
No, indeed.
I gotta wonder, why do you act so surprised when it does start? I mean, I got a bunch of them red ones, and I'm always happy when they start, but I never am that surprised.
Let me tell you, that one video the day it was so cold. I don't know if you've watched it, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, you said you jumped it for like 45 or 50 minutes for it.
Let me tell you, it was probably an hour plus. And the thing that I didn't talk about nor show was it took another hour or longer to get it to steer.
Yeah. Sometimes that can be awful aggravating. And I'll tell you what, all the international guys I know that have had those kind of troubles will tell you, run her 5-gallon over full on the rear end. If you'll run it a bunch over full on the rear end, helps with that, but it don't solve it.
Well, yeah, but the other problem with that is it leaks so bad, even if you fill it up, that's just that much more to leak out.
Well, maybe. A friend of mine actually owns a salvage yard, and he specializes in them old international tractors. He said if you're ever having trouble getting one to prime up like that, you can take air hose and a grease rag and pull your dipstick out and blow compressed air in there, and it'll help it get primed up. So there you go.
Oh, I did not see a while ago. I guess I missed Eric and Tina coming in. Probably Tina.
Yeah, she's on my channel.
Yeah, well, I missed them in the comments. So, Nikki, you didn't talk my ears off the other night. It was all good. I enjoyed the conversation.
Apparently, you have a friend.
Look, you see this fat head right here. This is the dude I work with. We get him on there. He'll tell you some stories. It might be some lies, but he'll tell you some stories.
Oh, was that the guy that came in camera the other day?
No.
Oh,
that's a character right there. That's Mr. Wayne.
Mr. Wayne.
My son just texted me. We're working on swapping around some equipment. I got an opportunity to get a little bit more organic fertilizer, and I've got a spreader bed for the truck I use for my log truck, but that put me to needing another truck to haul logs with if I put that back on there. So we've been scouring Purple Wave. I found one that I want to bid on that sells tomorrow, but Scott has a little It's a 4-wheel drive articulated front end loader, and it looks a lot of co-ops and stuff used them to load fertilizer with. And the name of his is actually Swinger, is the brand name of this little loader. And it'll only pick up like 2,500 pounds. It's nothing real fancy, but it works real neat around the sawmill. And he had seen one of them for sale that had a blown engine and something else the matter with it. So it would have just been for parts. And the tires were less than half tread. The bucket was rotted out, whatever, it really wasn't. But he seen some parts on it he'd like to put on his. And he had bought his from an individual for $5,000 2 or 3 years ago. And this one on Purple Wave that was blowed up and only a parts machine sold for over $6,000 today.
Really?
Yeah. And he said, I guess I don't need them parts as bad as I thought I did. Yeah.
Look, I want a skid steer. I want me a skid steer so bad, but you can't find them down here. If you find them, they're either outrageously priced, or if you find something that's decently priced, it's been in a fertilized, place down here, and it's just about rotted out.
Is that where
that would be?
Is that what a tool or equipment? Is that when it ices over and you see a steer come running down the way and he starts skidding? Is that a skid steer?
Something like that. Yep.
Not quite, but you're close.
You use that tool to load other things, because if he's running that fast at things, they'll get out of his way. He's just going to skid. Well, I've got 2 of them, and I have had numerous skid steers in the past. I've had, I've had one other Bobcat brand one, and I've had 2. I had a Case 1840, which is a good little skid steer. Them have a Cummins motor in them, a 4BT Cummins in those 1840s, but they're a little bit light. But I've had 2 or 3, maybe 4 New Holland ones. And I kind of like those, except sometimes they'll give you some motor problems or whatnot. But I've never bought one new, not even close. The one I've got the 2 that I've got right now, I probably like as good as any of them I've had. And they're Bobcat S250 and S300.
Have I ever told you about my Bobcat story?
Huh.
Let me tell you, I was so impressed with a Bobcat. I watched a man at one of the preg chicken school I went to jump a driveway with it. And I'm telling you, you can ask Jessica. It cleared the track machine too. He
Really?
got mad. He got mad because they used skid steer, 4-wheelers, side by sides, and they worked. I think we preg checked like, oh my gosh, close to 100 head of cow that day. But they run them all in the pen. Everything worked out great, like things does when things aren't going to be great. Everything went perfect as planned. Well, what they didn't have planned was somebody forgot to shut the gate on the other end. And they just went in, made them a loop, and every one of them come back out. Well, at that point, that's when the rodeo started. And he got mad, which he was, of course, the owner. He was, a brand new Bobcat skid steer with tracks on it. And they went to trying to herd these cows, and nobody was wanting to. And they finally got rough with them. And he got after them. I'm telling you, he hit a driveway, and it must have been a 2-foot or so rise up. Just all it was a pasture, and it was a cattle gap. So the driveway was just through the middle of the pasture.
Mm-hmm.
He hit that thing, must have been wide open. And that you can jump a skid steer. It will go fast enough and with enough. You can jump it, clear the whole thing.
None of the ones I have that you would want to jump anything with, because they don't have air ride seat.
I don't know if that one did. If that one did, it still hurt.
Yeah.
I told Jessica, I said, I'd done anything that had a camera to been videoing that. Oh,
So you
Yeah.
had an evil Knievel, huh?
yeah, yeah. He was talking bad. It went. We all got there. He was all super nice and friendly and talking to everybody all nice. And boy,
And
after that happened,
And then somebody messed it up because they left the gate open. Don't talk to me about that. I had a guy come preach a funeral at my church for a cowboy in a neighborhood here that passed away, and that was what he said about him. He was a fair judge, and he always shut his gates. You
yep.
want to make a cattleman, you've got to be a fair judge and always shut your gates.
There's Mr. Jerry. How you doing, Mr. Jerry? I seen hiking with Jackie Boy in here,
Yep.
but yeah, yep. So I may have to. Yeah, Laura, he looked like a Dukes of Hazard moment there.
Trey Whopper Teller Williams.
Oh my, yeah, yeah. So, but yeah, Brian, there you go, boy.
Hello,
Amy's
Jerry.
on it now. Amy is dropping some links. That's all.
Kick Steve when this gets there, Jones. I doubt it.
I'm doing good, Mr. Jerry. Doing good.
Now, I will tell you something that I'd have trouble getting along with on a skid steer loader, and that's the new ones that have electronic controls. I just don't do nearly as good with them. And mine are all the old two levers and buckets on your feet. And people will say them are no good, but I'll tell you what, I can operate one of them for 3 or 4 hours and I get out of them and I can get to walking again. And I think I'm living,
Yep.
But
Yep.
if you keep your chain sharp on your Halverson wood processor, you'll have to get out quicker than every hour to fill up the chain oiler. And you'll run out of wood to cut in just a day or two. That's the way it works for me. I don't know what the weather's going to do in Louisiana, but they are forecasting a cold snap for us.
Well,
They're
yeah.
putting us down in the teens come Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, something like that, which really kind of stinks because I was planning to sell some cattle on Tuesday. I may do it anyway, but yeah.
There's Miss Laurie. How you doing, Miss Laurie? Let me see here. I know we're supposed to have some cold coming, but now this is Louisiana. It might be summertime now. Next week. Let's see.
Cold is 28.
The coldest is supposed to be Wednesday night, and it's supposed to get down to 33. So it's not going to get bad here. The highs every day is going to be in the 50s to low 60s. So
We'll see. What I was going to follow that up with is maybe I'll be able to get down that road over there. We've been needing to go in and finish logging out this 40 acres we've been working on off and on for over 2 months because it got so wet I couldn't get down the road to be able to haul logs out.
no. Oh, Terry says they calling for snow for them.
Yeah, they're calling for a little chance of precipitation in this stuff, but not any of them saying snow, which kind of worries me.
How are you doing for hay there?
Me,
Yeah, that's what Jerry said.
I've got some. Jerry, it looks like I'll have some carryover. So if you get to where you're needing some, I may have some. I just don't know at this point. If we have 30 days snow covering the ground, it makes a lot of difference in my hay consumption. But
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I've still got just over 300 round bales in the barn, and I ain't feeding but 3 a day. And I don't think we're going to have another 100 days of 3 a day, especially if I haul off 25 calves come Tuesday.
Oh yeah, that's gonna put a dent in the situation. Oh, Neil, that's what I was thinking too. I had a deal come through said that on the 3rd, January 3rd, it was supposed to be possible snow like on down south, places they don't normally get it. But
Yeah, me too, Jerry. But check with me when you get a little closer, see how it's going. All of mine's been in the barn. Now, when we get to the back of the barn, some of that in the back of the barn may be 2 years old. I have not moved it. I may not have as much hay as I think I have.
Ooh. Heather, you keep that up there.
How many you feeding a day, Jerry? Bale every couple days? Bale every couple days, you'll get a lot closer to grass than you think.
Yep, you're right. Yeah, we're feeding right now. I went today and I put out hay today and put out 3 bales in 2 pastures, 2 bales in 1 pasture, and then my house. I didn't put anything out. It's going to be another day or two before I need one, and I didn't put anything on the bull pasture. But we're putting now. I guess it'll be 3 bales, 3 bales every time. We hay just we don't have to hay every day, of course,
Yep.
the way we do ours.
Man, your chat's gotten to moving.
I'm just,
Hello, Neil. I didn't know if I said, I know I didn't say hello to you. I don't know who you said hello to, but if people have
yeah, I said hey to you.
if people have a habit of coming in here and falling asleep, that's okay. Present and accounted for is the biggest thing, right, Chris?
Right. I'm sorry. Trey was talking to put me to sleep.
Oh, all right, Skittles
Wait a
and
minute.
glitter.
Hang on. I got to get something. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
I can do another half an hour.
If you really knew what was in this.
My water looks like your water, except mine's in a red cup, yours in a clear bottle.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize I got so far behind on his chat, y'all.
How much of that bottle are you drinking? It's kind of like that bottle is kind of like the horns on a cow. You can't eat them horns. Well, I don't know very many people that have eat them horns.
Have it.
If I go anywhere, and you can even ask Amy from Leonard Mountain Homestead, I always have a bottle of water.
Stringing them bottles of water out with you, are you?
I drink more water than I can drink anything else besides sweet tea.
Okay, you and I can be friends.
The only problem is that I have to go to the outhouse a lot more when I drink water.
Yeah.
Oh, water's not that bad. This sweet tea was bad on me for that.
Yeah, me too. I'll drink my 2 cups of coffee and stop 4 times and have to stand just outside the door of my pickup while I'm feeding cows inside of an hour. Don't tell me coffee don't do that to you. It does that to me.
I'm not going to tell you what it does, but let's just say I go to the outhouse and I stay in there for a little while.
Too much information. Boy, this conversation has went to the crapper.
Oh,
There's better conversations going on in the chat, friends.
Well, that's the reason why Trey only lets me sleep out there in the pasture with the cows.
Troy Sutton's on here. Hello, Troy.
Troy, brother, I pray for you.
Oh, I am using Restream, Mickey. That's what I'm using. Instead of StreamYard, I'm using Restream. Yeah, I've got. Boy, have you seen yeah, I've put out some videos that's got my ryegrass. My ryegrass is really, really putting out. We just, my buddy, he come in with his airplane and fertilized it for me. I guess about a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
And it really just kicked it in gear.
Good moisture and fertilization does wonders. You know,
yes.
A lot of people around me, they'll talk about, well, we need to get some seed out there. They come through here and tore up part of my hayfield, putting a natural gas pipeline through several years ago. And we were already done with it for the year. And they went through there and messed the dirt all up. You know how they'll do, and haul in dirt to pack that pipe down with. And they got all that put back in the ditch, and they run their dozer over it numerous times and tried to flatten it out best they could. And when they come back through here 6 months later, they said, well, we can't mess up your hay fields. You've already seeded that down. And I said, friend, I didn't seed nothing down. It had just growed back solid practically, fescue and Bermuda grass, but it had enough seed in the dirt they were shifting around on top. And fertility is the big deal. A lot of people think, well, if I just get seed out there, I'll do good. But most of the time in my area, if you work on your fertility and controlling weeds, you'll do better than you think you will. Now I understand some people want to grow different something or whatever, but
no. Well, I'll fertilize mine again. I imagine in the early spring.
What did he use? Did he use liquid or granular?
Granular.
Yeah.
Granular. We put 100 pounds to the acre out. So, and it really kicked it in gear. It's probably, I'm gonna say close to 12 inches tall now.
Wow. Probably covered it all up, poking up through where you mowed it, isn't it?
Yep. And that's why I went ahead and wanted to get it mowed before he fertilized it, which that'll be my next video coming out. Will have him fertilizing it. We almost missed him fertilizing though.
I was gonna say, in your video when you was working them cows and moving that equipment around, I kept hearing an airplane, and I'm like, wonder if Trey's missing him fertilizing it.
No, the thing I called him, which his sister, my buddy's sister passed away. He owns the crop dusting service, and he was going to fertilize mine when he done his for me, being that he was going to be flying, and I don't have that much out here to fertilize. Hey, Dakota, Shayla, but he had told me. I texted him. I said, hey, what time? Because his sister's funeral was that next day. I said, what time is he going to be putting it out? I was going to try to catch him the whole thing. He said, oh, probably going to be, I think he said 1 o'clock. Now, I said it in my video, but I don't remember. That's been a week and a half ago now. But anyway, I was over in the pasture. Me and Mom, I was putting hay out. And I said, Mama said, oh, I think there they are putting your fertilizer out here. Go, so I told Mama, take my GoPro, go get me some footage. So I got some of it. Anyway. But it didn't take him long with my little old spot here. I mean, when you're fertilizing 20 acres, it don't take long when you got an airplane that's doing 200 mile an hour.
Nice. The dampers on the stove.
No, let me see here. Hey, Troy Sutton. How are you, sir? Oh no. That's not good. Troy said looks like he had another stroke.
Yeah,
that's some tests.
What Amy was saying. Troy, we'll be praying for you here. We're going to do that before we get off of here. Anyway.
Yep. Yep.
So, you guys look like you're having trouble laughing about things, and I haven't asked anybody's permission about this. Oh, by the way, if anybody needs a bale wrapper,
hang on.
I have a really nice Anderson 200 model 3-point bale wrapper. I don't think it had any on the monitor when we got it, and I doubt if we've wrapped 200 bales with it, but we haven't wrapped anything in several years, and I would let go of it if somebody was looking for one of those.
What would you have to have for that situation, you reckon?
Price is $7,500. Brand new ones going for $11,500 right now.
$7,500.
Yeah.
And don't forget the fee for moving it from point A to point B.
Well, the fee for owning it is the dust goes with the machine. I don't need proof that it's been in the barn. Now, I haven't asked anybody's permission about this, but I'm going to show you guys this anyway. And if somebody asks if Paul really did that,
Dakota. Yeah, you might need that first. Uh-oh. Hang on.
Oh yeah.
Look, do it again. Be careful.
That's precious.
Oh.
You teach kids how to count them cows early. He's going to be 2. Is it on the 7th of January, I believe.
Hey, he also, Heather, gives away free buckets of used hay twine
Hay string. I have used
or
plastic
hay string.
hay string.
So that means we could put that in the museum because Paul Case Farms touched it.
I use it to start brush piles on fire with. I mean, what? Hey, we had an old boy in our area that we baled hay for that saved all his string and used it to tie down the silo tarp that he put over the row of round bales the next year. Yeah, that's being frugal right there.
Yo, we have, talking about the site, we have a dairy farmer around here that does that, wrapping the bales, and he swears, he wraps every bale, swears how much better it is for the cows. We've never looked into it. Dad has mentioned it because he said that, but we had never really dug into it,
It's more expensive than it was when we did it, but it cost about between $3 and $4 a bale for the plastic, and I'm sure that has went up. But we were interested in making some silage, and I did make some silage for a year or two. We did some haylage, and it's hard to get the moisture just right. And you can't let it you can't just let it rain on your hay and then go out and bale it. If it's rained on, you can't get it dried out to where it'll be ripe for silage. You about need to let it dry out and bale it for dry hay. But with you don't have to worry about the rain, but you do have to worry about varmints eating holes in your wrap. And that's kind of a headache. The stuff we had the worst trouble with was wheat. I had no-till drilled a bunch of wheat, and we baled it and wrapped it, and it would have made really good baleage, except the mice was after it because some of the wheat had already got past the dough stage. And so you need to catch that early. I think maybe oats or something that matured later in the year when it was a little easier to get it to dry down to the right moisture, would be easier to do. But hay grazer worked great. You can't get that hay grazer to dry down enough to bale round bales dry very easy. And in the hot part of the summer when we was doing that, we mowed it one day and baled it the next. And that stuff will have a stalk a lot of the time as big as your little finger, and it'll have a lot of moisture in it, and it made really good. There wasn't any of it went to waste.
Glenn, Mr. Paul might can explain that better because I just know that when you seal it off with that, it keeps it. It can't mold. If you bale hay that's too wet and you just bale it normal, it will go through a heat cycle or cause it to mold.
Yep.
But
what causes the mold and the heat is that it can get air.
I got you. Okay.
And when you seal it off by wrapping it with that plastic, it can't get air. So instead of molding and going through heat, it ferments. And that's why it smells different. It'll smell a little bit like a brewery. And and they eat it great, but you have to maintain that barrier. You can't let something go tearing your bales all up. If you tear that wrap on them, it'll ruin the whole bale if it gets a tear in it. It only takes a couple of mouse-sized holes to ruin a whole bale.
Oh, yep. I bet. I've never fed corn. We've never fed corn stalks here, neither. It was one of them deals. I know the folks in Texas, when it got so dry out there, they was baling here. They was baling corn stalks, wheat stubbles, everything, and sending out there and selling to them people for for $100 a bale, which is to me is crazy.
There's not nearly as many cattle in the country, I don't think, right now as what there was when we were going into those drought years a couple years ago. But the way the old timers used to solve that was they would make sure that they grew quite a bit of milo, and if the milo made a crop, great. If it didn't, you at least got to pasture the stalks, and you could get quite a bit of feed value out of them. Anybody that watches the Peterson Farm Brothers videos, those guys still do that. They put up electric fence around those fields and pasture all the residue from those crops. The problem with that milo is they cut a lot of that milo with a row crop, or not a row crop header, but a grain table, and heads, when they cut off, they'll fall out the table. Well, they're on the ground then, and you can't get them with a harvester, but a cow will get them. And even baling that stuff, usually that stuff's on its way to drying down when they cut it. And I know a lot of people will go in there and mow it with a bush hog down real short, and then they'd bale everything they could get.
Yeah.
Feed that out first, and it makes good cow feed.
Hey, Beverly.
I think you're right, Dakota.
Well, what
Milo is really drought resistant compared to corn. Corn, if you get a drought on it and it's hot, you won't make much yield, but Milo will still make crop. It'll kind of wait on the rain.
Yep. That's right, Julie.
Yeah.
Yep. But we like I said, we don't even put none of our hay under barns. All of ours is we just outside in the weather, and this year it got so wet. I mean, we got some. It's sprouting some mighty pretty grass all around it.
Out the top of it, yeah. I was never so happy as when they quit making the gooseneck hitch in flatbeds, recessed and a complete box to where all that trash would go ahead and fall out of it, and you didn't have to put up with that stuff sprouting in your gooseneck hitch hole.
Yep.
Yeah.
Trey, did you see?
Good night, Joe.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I was just going to say, did you see that Ford had a recall on Ford vehicles?
No, I didn't. But at this point, nowadays, the way things are, I think there's a recall on everything out there for something.
I think it was like 2014 and up, but which I knew your 1920 Ford Model T pickup wasn't included.
You can take him out, You can kick him out of here.
Yeah.
You kick me out too if you want. My 2011 Chevy feed truck has had a recall on it. And them people are relentless about hunting you down and telling you need to take that to a dealer to fix a problem with the key switch. And what'll happen if your key switch breaks is it won't turn on.
Really?
Why would I want to go to a dealer for that until it breaks,
Yeah, no doubt.
And then there's the other thing. I know what happens. You get in, boy, you sure that truck's kind of rough. You need a new one. And I'm like, no. Wouldn't want to take a new one and do the job that truck does. You want to get an old square body.
Yep. Yeah. I tried here a while back to buy a Dodge, just a 4-wheel drive 4-door, just to keep it hooked to a trailer.
Yeah,
I do. And man, the guy was joking with the price, and I made him an offer. He said I could do that, and I was just picking. I said, "Oh well, heck, I knocked off another $500." As the guy I worked with, and I mean, I was serious. I would have given him what I offered him the first time. Anyway, we just laughed it off and went on. And anyway, he was serious. He would have took it. And like 3 days later, he sold it for like 5,000 more than what I offered him. He said, "Man, I didn't know you were serious." I said, "Yeah, I was serious."
I really like the ones that tell you they'll take something, then when you show up with the money, they're like, "Oh no, 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 no! That was you jumped on that too quick. Obviously, I wasn't asking
Yeah,
that, you know."
yeah,
And
yeah.
my first response to that kind of thing is, "You should know me better than that. If you offer it to me for too cheap, there's a chance I'll just buy it."
Well, the thing was, he never gave me a price. He just told me he was selling it, and I just threw a price out there. You know, he's like,
Mhm.
"I'll do that," and I laughed. I'm like, "Well, heck, he'll do that." And I offered him too much, you know.
Yeah.
And but I did tell him, I just let me know you get ready to sell it now. And he didn't take it as a serious thing. And boy, I missed out on a good deal. I mean, a really good deal.
Well, the first Ford Ranger my mom and dad bought, they bought from a guy that they went to church with, and he had bought it wrecked and rebuilt the front end on it, so it had a rebuilder's title. And Dad, the guy was driving it, and he'd had a for sale sign on the dash for a long time. And Dad asked him one day, he said, "What would you take for that truck?" And he said, "I don't know, just make me an offer." And Dad said, "Well, I'll give you $2,500 for it." And he says, "Okay." And when they got to digging around in that truck after they got it, there was a for sale sign in it for 4,000. He was asking 4,000, but he took 2,500, and he'd had it for sale for a long time. And Mom and Dad drove that thing and drove it and drove it, and they got to figuring out that it was kind of bulletproof, you know. And it was one of them. It was a '94 model, and so it had the old style odometer that didn't read the 100,000 number. And
Yeah.
so they rolled it over once, and it's still going. And in '05, they got them a new one, and they brought that one down here, and they said they was only going to give us $400 trade in on this. You just will have that and use it, and well, it may not be very long until somebody else in your family use it. Well, I drove it a couple years, and it rolled over. And then my oldest son, when he got started to driving back and forth to school, he drives it. And the clutch went out on it when he had it. It was a 4-cylinder 5-speed, just a single cab, little short bed Ranger. And I know Tony at our cabin in the woods would love this story. We changed the clutch in it, and Scott continued to drive it. And I think he got him and his own pickup when he was a senior. He went and bought one. And so then I got that truck back, and I parked it in the barn for a while. I didn't need it. And a friend of mine got to needing a pickup. And I told him, I said, "If you just come up here and get that thing, I'll give it to you." I mean, good Lord. I know the odometer's rolled over, fixing to roll over at least its third time. It may have done it before we got it. And that man drove that truck for 5 years. And the rear end and transmission, something locked up, stuck him in the middle of the road. And he looked at me and he said, "Just a dang shame that thing quit me." I said, "Dang shame it went that far. Good grief, that had 400,000 miles on it." And the motor on it was still just as good as it was. But he sold it to a friend of his for parts. Went and got him another
Yep.
Ford Ranger.
Yep. Some of them things you just can't kill.
Yeah. That one was an awful good one.
Yep. We I was trying to read that.
Wow. Been reading a book about anti-gravity. It's impossible to put down. Wow.
He just seen that I popped it up on the big screen for him a while ago, and he wasn't even paying no attention.
I love it. No wonder you got a salty life. Oh, my mods are dropping links all over. Look at them.
A Buick. A Buick.
Oh, VW Beetle. Woohoo.
Yep.
A friend of
I
mine
was
worked
going
at,
to say one of those VW buses, because those things are popular.
friend of mine worked at a tire shop, and a guy come in there with one of them old VW Beetles, and they put it on frame lift and was going to change the tires on it. The front wheels come down and almost touched. And they had to get two guys to hold them out when they went to let that down so it would let down and be on its wheels right.
Wait, the front wheels or the rear wheels?
The front ones.
The front ones.
Yeah. The rear axle on them solid and the motor's in the back on them older VW Beetles. But the front ones had torsion bar suspension, and so they come down to where the tires was within a foot of touching. And he's like, if you ever get the opportunity to lift one of those up with the frame lift, don't do it. Just jack each wheel up. You'll do fine. Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
So how's the new deer feeder working, Trey?
It's doing good. I went over there. Was it yesterday? Day 4 yesterday. I think it was day 4 yesterday. And I got there, and there's little coon tracks. My camera's not working. I went over. I just figured something had unplugged my solar panel because I have a solar panel. But apparently my solar panels went bad is the problem. So I still didn't fix the camera, but I went over there. And but there's little coon tracks all around the feeder. So them suckers has been hanging on to it some. And I'm like, this sucker must not be shocking them. Well, what do? I stick my finger in there. It's still working.
And that was how I wet my pants. Oh,
you mean you did it for a second time?
Yeah, well, when I first put my finger, I'm like, this sucker ain't working. I moved it back. I said, well, gosh, and then I went down there close to the end and it got me. But it wasn't quite as surprising as it was the first time. Because I knew it shocked pretty good.
I would have given. I'd paid money to see that one.
You need a camera that's on you all the time, don't you? I thought they just kept me around for comic relief.
Look, I'm telling you, there's some things that I do or I have happened to me that I'm thinking, when I said, God, why was it not being filmed? Or why wasn't I filming that? It always happens, but gosh.
Well, Paul, you're the storyteller, and Trey is the jester of the group.
Well, I had
Skittles and glitter is back.
Last week I had no work for my help to help me with. It had rained and everything. He didn't even get to work one day last week, so I'd seen him Saturday and told him to come by on Monday. I had some stuff I thought might keep us busy a couple days this week. We got it all done this morning. That one truck, we had to work on the PTO. It's got an air shifter on the PTO, and it gets dirt in it apparently. And so we had to take it apart and clean the dirt out. It's about the lowest thing on the transmission. And of course, it gets greased and dirt built up on it. So we fixed that. And then when we got that out of there, I decided that we needed to do some work to my stock trailer. My jack on the front of my stock trailer and work with a flip. And I had one we'd taken off of another trailer. And we got to looking at that jack, and that jack had been put on there from the factory. My stock trailer is the title says it's a 1980 WW 24-foot gooseneck trailer. And we cut that jack off of there, and I didn't even have to light the torch. We was using those little thin cutting wheels on angle grinder, and I just cut through the welds on it. And you know how the drop leg on them jacks will have a bigger hole on the side where that pin goes in them? I stuck my rock bar in that after we got most of that cut off of there, or cut to where I thought I might be able to get it loose. Stuck my rock bar in that and rocked it once, and the jack fell off. And that's the best I've ever done on one of those. We didn't have any cleanup or anything. Just welded her back on, and
didn't even have to grind it at the when it was really.
No, that little thin cutting wheels, you can cut off what you want to cut off.
What you want.
Pretty good. And so we got that all put back on there. It didn't take us no time at all. And I told him, I said, well, we really messed up here. We got in a whole 2 days worth of work done this morning. And he said, well, what else do we got to do? And I'm like, well, Scott needs 2 20-foot logs that'll make two. He told me 12 full 2x6 is what the order was. And where we're logging at don't have no post oak hardly at all. Most of the trees over there, not very good to begin with. So we went down in Scott's woods. We actually borrowed his little swinger machine and went down in his woods and found him a couple and cut a couple of 20-foot logs. With the first one, I got out no problem. I hauled it up there and laid it out on the field. And second one, he got it cut off, and it was a little more brushier where it was at. And I got the thing picked up and backed up and turned to where I was going to be headed out. And when I started forward, my front right tire fell off in a little hole, which that thing don't have no suspension. You got an oscillating deal in the middle that'll let it move a little bit, but not much.
Yeah.
That wheel fell off in a hole, and I tried to turn out of it, and it broke the end off the steering cylinder. Now it's down there in the woods, and I got to walk back to it tomorrow and take that cylinder off. On
That's my luck.
the bad and good part of that is the cylinder was almost new. He had just changed the cylinder. And that's the bad and the good part. I shouldn't have any trouble getting it off, but now I'm having to work on a brand new cylinder, and I'll have to wait. It was one of those that has a rotating ball in the end of it, like what the end of a top link is, and it broke the little strap that went around it. So I have to take the thing plumb off and bring the pieces home and see if I can't weld that all back together.
That's what I had called my cylinder. Today I was a mechanic prior to me going to work where I'm at now. And for a little over 15 years at the last place I was at. And I have a lot of my customers that still call me. And I had one that called me today, and they have a cylinder. I'm sure they told me what their problem was. I told them I'm sure it's the cylinder. So I've got to somehow figure out how I'm gonna get that fixed before I go back to work in 2 days. So, because I also need to cut some cows, or cut some bulls, steer them and get moved before I go back to work. Because I don't want to wait till I get back off again. So I'm ready to move them. They're fixing to be 6 months old, and I'm ready to get them whacked and moved.
I'm a little bit of a cripple at that anymore. With no thumb on one side, that's kind of difficult for me. So we kind of got to banding everything, and we don't have a big bander, but I bought a little bit bigger bander a few years ago because I had some. Usually my later calves don't get work till they get weaned, and we had one of them this year. I don't know. I'm going to say it anyway. We had to pull the scrotum through and then get each one to drop through individually because they were too big to get
I've had to do that.
hole in that bander.
Well,
The fourth try, I finally got it. He was kind of tired of me messing with him, I think,
Yeah, you would think.
Well, my deal is we could buy a bigger bander and just band all of them. But man, when they're small, they're easy to band, but hard to cut when they're real small, But to me, when they get bigger, after cutting some, I'm like, that's to me the quickest, easiest, and the less painful way. It sounds painful because of what you're doing, but if you watch the reaction, it ain't, it's no big deal. Yeah, I've actually got a California bander, or I don't. Dad actually has a California bander, Dakota.
What is a California bander? One of those that tightens up the band and then puts a clamp on it?
Well, the California bander is you hold it and it has just a big rubber deal. You bring it around and you hook it back in, and I don't even remember exactly how it works. It puts a clip puts a clip back in it, basically, and it just keeps it clipped. But you do it by hand. You can basically grab the whole sack in your hand, holding the thing, and you got to grab it and pull it around and pull it tight.
I like just getting them when they're a month or two old. Actually, what I try to do, we start calving about the 8th of February, and what I try to do is catch all my calves that have been born before I turn the bulls out on the 1st of May and get them worked before then, and that works pretty good. My dad used to catch each one when they were born and vaccinate them and tag them and whatever then, and he never banded any, but he would do it that way. And I got to figuring out when I had 100 of them things to do, I was spending more time every day messing with that than what I would be on most days. If I had a couple of them to catch and do that too, I'd spend more time doing that than what it would take to run through and work all of them if I had a whole group, so.
Well, what I'm trying to do is when they hit the ground, I will go out there, and it's easy to band them when they're on the ground. I do ear tag them. That way I know what's what, but I don't cut them. I mean, I don't band them then. I have done it before, but here's the deal. What is the best way, the right way or the wrong way? Who knows? Because you have some people say the best way to do it is as soon as they're born. Some people says, no, it's not good to do it when they're born. You need to wait till they're at least a month old, and some people say, no, that they grow better if you wait to, so
yeah,
I don't know what
I
we've
can
done it
see
all.
some reasoning and all that, and I've just got to say it's better off if you do it. I figured that out. Jennifer, Skittles and Glitter, you were completely and totally wrong. You send your complaint letters to casesawmill@live.com. You need to rewrite that. Send it to casesawmill@live.com.
Yeah, because if you send it to Gmail, somebody will get
Might
that.
actually get it. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess I did not see Lynn, the okie dokie there. I did not see you come in. I'm sorry that I missed you, but hello. Hope you're still here.
Had a neighbor to us here that had a hog farm. He actually lived in the place where my dad went to 1st through 8th grade, known as the Cherry Grove School. And the guy was really good at growing hogs. And he had 3 daughters, and he trained them on how to work baby pigs, all of it. And so every year for 4-H talk and demonstration, they would work a baby pig, do all of everything you had to do. And some of the judges would leave during that because that little pig screaming, you know how they do. And but he made them girls go and do that because he wanted any boy that thought he might date that man's daughters to know that they could get even with him.
Yeah. That is a good thing to do with every boy that dates your daughters. Take them out just to let them know.
All 3 of those girls married well. They really did. They married stay-at-home men, let me tell you what. Yeah. Good providers, all Christians.
Oh. Yep, there's Karma.
Hello, Miss
How
Karma.
are you doing, Karma? Yeah, we like I said, I've got 2 that I'm gonna do, and I think Dad's got one. Man, one of them little black ones. Matter of fact, I've got a short. I'll post that short tomorrow. I done it today. But that little black calf, little bull calf, I almost hate to cut him because he is a good looking little bull calf.
Then don't cut him.
I know it, but I need to.
You need to, or you want to, just because you're going for it.
No, I need to because time I sell them, they will they'll dock you. If you take them to the sale barn, they'll dock you if they consider them bull. It wants to be turned into. Hey, you talking about your comment got deleted off or got blocked by YouTube, Dakota. Last week, you remember Chris? Well, Mr. Paul was too. When we done the live, what was it? Wednesday? Was it Wednesday night or Tuesday? It was Wednesday night, wasn't it? Wasn't that Christmas? Yeah, Wednesday. They done said there was something wrong in that video. Did not give me any or in that live. I've sent in a request on it. I just wonder if it was the KNIVESs. That's the only thing I could think of that was. And I think, Mr. Paul, you may have been gone by the time it even got to that.
Do you need me to show mine now?
Try my theory.
Okay, we don't want to know what it is you cut us out for. We just want to know when it happened so we know who was there.
Yeah.
We can blame them.
Come on, Skittles and glitter. That's just no way to be.
You won't get to see me if you wait that long to come back.
Dakota, the cripple is still cripple. he's getting around. He's actually it's actually my last video I put out. There is a clip in there right there after we got through setting that air equipped shoot up. You could see him. It's not a up close of him, but you can still see him hobbling. He lost a lot of weight.
Did he heel over?
It kind of has, kind of. I haven't really, to tell you the truth, I haven't been close to him it's probably been 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, them are daddies and they're at his house, so I'm not around them all the time. And like haying them, it's so hard to get in there with a tractor. We just take dad normally hays them. He'll catch it because they're kind of off kilter. They don't eat hay that fast because he feeds them still every day. But it is healing. He's lost a lot of weight. He's gonna be later on. He'll be Burger. Hey, Miss Wanda Henry, how are you?
So Trey, on a live, you can't do the 3-letter number and then the other thing that we usually carry in our pocket.
Yeah, what Dakota said there at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, so you can't do you can't show any of that on a live.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Let's see.
I knew about the first one. The second one, I didn't know.
I want to show you guys this, and if this gets us kicked out, I'm done. I'm just going to stay home next time, okay? But this here is what I use to defend my socks. and you can't take these on an airplane ride, but you can buy them that have been shipped here from other countries, but they are lower quality, and these are very high quality. And I keep them hid so nobody will try to cut baling wire with them because that'd really mess things up. And then they leave jagged edges, which is harder on my socks. So this is my sock protector.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Anyway.
Hey, Rose Garland Creations. Never seen you here before. Welcome.
Welcome. Where's home? Where's home?
Where are you from?
Where are you from? I'm from Quapaw, Oklahoma. The guy up here, he's from Winsboro, Louisiana.
Louisiana.
This feller over here, Chris, he's from near Ponca City, Oklahoma. Funny, yeah. The first time they said that way, I thought he hit a skunk. He threw a skunk at something. Well, anyway.
You could carry a skateboard on a plane, but not a pocket.
Yeah. That don't make no sense. I don't carry a pocket knife. I carry a box cutter because I'm too lazy to sharpen it.
Yes, Miss Karma, it was a juicy fruit, but my favorite was always the fruit stripe gum.
Ooh, Fun Stripe. Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Really? Australia. We got another
Oh,
we got another guy that tunes in from Australia or
Ta-
from Tasmania.
Tasmania, Australia. That's cool. Welcome.
Tasmania. Radio Jonesy is his
Yep.
name.
Yep.
Tunes in to us once in a while.
That's an off-grid sock protector.
That's right, off grid.
Well, you know, I've got one of those, but it's a catfish removal tool off my line.
Yeah, hook remover.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I see Greg and Donna up there talking about cutting pigs. That's something I have never done. My brother-in-law and them, they cut them. They'll catch them and cut them and then turn them back loose in the wild. I've never.
Cutting them baby pigs is an experience that works on your senses. It does. It works on your senses. It works on your hearing because them things just scream the whole time you got them turned upside down. And it works on your sense of smell because your hands will get that gross pig smell on them and you can't get it off. And so for like a week after that, when you do this, you'll be like, oh, Lordy, them pigs, you know.
Well, I got. I don't know if you call it a blessing or a hinder, but whenever the you know what thing came out, and because they were trying to prevent people from getting the you know what sickness. Long
Yeah.
story short, it took my smell. I can't smell anything anymore. So it's like, you know, if I put cologne on, I just got to put a little bit because I don't know if I overdid it or underdid it or, you know.
Well, Chris, I suffer from quite a little bit of that, and I think that's from a previous job that I had growing chickens. I was exposed to ammonia a lot, and I have a diminished sense of taste and of smell.
Yep.
Oh
Now, I
God.
told that to somebody, and they said, "What are you saying?" And I said, "Well, I don't smell good." And they said, "We already knew that."
Golly. Oh, hey, Rusty Garage at home. You're not late. You're right on time.
Hey, Mike.
Mhm. Oh, that's okay. See, I did not know the name there.
That's
That's Mike.
Mike
Mike. Ah,
from
hang
down.
on.
I believe he's down by Chelsea, Oklahoma.
Chelsea.
Yep, Chelsea, Oklahoma.
I'm going to have to learn this state more because that's got to be down south because
No, Chelsea's on 66 Highway north of Tulsa.
I'll be dang.
Chelsea.
Learn something new every day.
Well, yeah.
Ryland's deer hunt got demonetized. Is that the only one of y'all's deer hunt videos, Dakota, that got demonetized? Watch animal part removal be cahoots this week. Hey, we might could handle that. Skittles, you'll be all right.
You guys, we live a weird life, and we ain't no chance we're ever going to make much money on YouTube with it. Everybody's already seen everything we do.
Oh gosh.
Well, I had a good blessed day. I was on Miss Karma's Monday meetup and got introduced to a bunch of people and all that. So it was a good day. And now I'm ending it with my brother Trey and the Grandmaster of Paul.
And now let's do it. Let's do it in total Bob Newhart style. Hi, I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl, and that's my other brother Daryl. If you guys have never tuned in or watched anything by the Rusty Garage and Homestead, he has a small cattle operation, kind of like Trey and I, and he just he does a lot of really cool stuff. He's got a small, I believe it's a TYM tractor that he uses for bigger farm chores sometimes, and tests it out. He's always trying out new products on his tractor. Mike at the Rusty Garage and Homestead. His channel kind of shadows ours, to tell you the truth, but he does a lot of, makes really nice videos. I really enjoy his channel. So
I will.
Skittles and Glitter probably won't care nothing for it, but you know, I do. I like it.
Well, I don't know if he will. Well, I can't. I'd say drop. I can't drop a link and look, but I will look him up as soon as this is over, and I will subscribe and check you out, Mike.
See if anybody in here is still on my channel. I'm sure he's tuning in on my channel. So if Rainey or Greg Duncan's still here, can you drop a link to his channel?
I guess I could go over there because, well, no, you ain't made me a moderator on your channel. I don't guess I've always.
It's because we're always on the same live. And
I know. That's what I'm saying.
You know, I don't know why. So, yeah, I really enjoy some of the stuff he does. He does a lot of things like I do. He's got a corral where he built and they decided they're going to tie the sides of it together, so they run the top rail all around it. But they realized after they built it, the top rail just a little shorter than 6 foot. You don't want to do it that way. You don't want to do it that way. The top rail that runs over his gates are a little shorter than 6 foot. So you open the gate, you have to duck under the top rail to get through the gate. Cows can work fine, but.
What's up, Sean?
Hey, Sean.
There's Sean. Yeah. We know he's another Okie guy. He's down by Adair, I believe.
Okay, so Duncan, I guess Duncan's on your channel, so I can't. Yep. Okay.
Greg Duncan just dropped a link to the Rusty Garage and Homestead.
Trey, check your email.
Thank you.
Let me check my email.
Greg, you're just as handy to have around as a pocket on a shirt, let me tell you.
Gotcha, Karma. Gotcha. Yep. Greg beat me. I'm slow, Tina said. You're not slow. You're not slow, Tina.
I think you're just right. I think you're just right. Well, that's all right. When Johnny has Christine along, apparently there's a kid in his cow feeding videos and driving his tractor. And if you guys haven't heard about that, they demonetized one of Johnny's videos because Christine was driving a tractor and they accused him of having a minor operating heavy equipment on his channel. And
look, I got
only 48 years minor or something, but
I got several videos on mine with a minor operating tractors. One of them is with a minor operating a tractor with me about 14 foot in the hair in it.
Well, I was going to say, you was up in the bucket.
Well, he's just a bucket case. What do you expect?
Yeah. I'm basket case or mental, whichever you want. I've had people try to pick my name for me.
Well, hey, wait till you see the video that I'll put out next. And I haven't decided because I hadn't got the video much this time because we've had Christmas stuff at Mama's. We've had all of this stuff. So I hadn't got to make video but one day. And I can't video tomorrow because I probably won't have time with us going to the doctor. So I'm going to try to video Wednesday. But I had the bright idea. Mama and Daddy's got a tree, a big oak tree, dead in their front yard. So I had this bright idea. We was like, how are we going to get that limb down? I said, well, we thought about tying a chain, start pulling and me cutting it. I mean, a big limb. Well, then I had the bright idea because it's not but about 7 foot high above Mama's house. I said, hey, raise me up there with the tractor and I'll get the chainsaw and I'll start slowly cutting on that limb. And then that limb will just give and just ease down on top of the house. Well,
how'd that work out?
Well, it was working well until it snapped. So it's all.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you.
You get to watch it in the video coming out.
You know what they call that, Trey? You're in deep kimchi.
What? No, hey, Mama and Daddy both agreed that was a good idea. So they both agreed with me.
Was that an oral contract?
Yeah.
Now, old Dakota says, I had a question there, and I can answer that question. No, we haven't figured out how to get to talk to anybody at YouTube. We're too little for them to be worrying about us. But I know that some people who have over 100,000 subscribers to their channel get
You get a
assigned.
phone number.
Yeah, you get somebody to actually talk to. But
Hey,
even if you got a hold of that person, they ain't gonna want to talk to you, Dakota.
Dakota,
Small
I
for it.
cannot tell you exactly where. There is a spot where you can message them. It is a little bit aggravating to deal with them because I think you have to deal with the AI at first, but you can actually get a message to somebody. I need to do that because this is the crazy thing.
We're on the
Oh,
move.
yeah. I like Dakota and Shayla. I can like their shorts, but I cannot comment on them. Jessica cannot. What you got there? Oh,
Slats.
hang on. What we got? Let me get you. Where you? Oh, yeah.
He says, "How does slabs work for firewood?" That's how I do mine. In a wood box, I carry it up here and sit down with the skid steer, and that's about all I burn. Sometimes I have to go get a bigger green piece to put in it to make it last all night. But you guys,
Almost sounded like you said Greenpeace.
yes, green, a little greener piece of firewood. That there's been in that box in the barn for 9 months or more. Green
Oh,
piece.
it was demonetized. It was removed and had they got a channel strike for it. Oh, so it wasn't just a wow. Mm. Oh, Jennifer, you need to watch that video. I'm telling you, it is. You learn this. The YouTube is educational, Skittles. So you need to get educated.
You can't have any honey without having bees. You can't have any bees without foreign parts entering the human body, like stingers. Sorry. Yeah, it didn't do Johnny any good either, did it?
Oh, look, there's Mama. Mama's still in here, so I know what she's laughing. I just seen that she's laughing about the tree cutting incident
You
on top
should
of
be
their house.
laughing about Lori's remark there.
Oh.
Pretty much as useless as, yeah, as useless can be. Oh, anybody that wants to know, we don't always have a whole bunch of those slabs laying around, but we bundle them in bundles that would weigh about a ton when they're green and get $10 a bundle. And a bundle will make real close to a rick of firewood. Yep, they're cheap and they work pretty good.
Do a tutorial on how to get that. I will Dakota because I've actually I need to get a hold to them for two things, and I don't know if they could. I need to find out why I can't comment on y'all shorts. I can like, but I can't comment. But also Jessica cannot comment or like any of our videos.
Hey,
If she watched
I've done some testing out on that, and I can go and comment on my videos and like them.
yeah, you can. I can too.
And there's some of them that I don't do that for, so that should tell the viewer something.
Ouch.
Well, Chris, I didn't like the video that I had to make of how Kevin got hurt by a limb falling out the top of a tree next to one that we cut down. I didn't like doing that, but it needs somebody might need to see that. You'll think, oh, loggers are stupid. They just go out there and cut down trees. How dangerous can it really be?
Phew.
Got you, Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah, Mike said you got to come get some of that, I guess.
Yeah, give me a holler. Yes, you do see that. My son has an ad up sometimes. Scott thought he had 60 bundles of that stuff sitting there whenever people started coming and buying it this fall. And he had like 3 rows of it that went around instead of a fence on one side of his log yard. And then he had 2 rows of it that went around on the other side. And they completely cleaned up the 2 rows on the one side. And he said, then he counted and he still had 60 bundles. So we're thinking he had something like 100 of them bundles sitting out there for part of the summertime.
Wow.
Bunch of wood.
Hey, Paul, before you do decide at some point to tell a story and leave, if you get a chance, shoot me some pictures of that bell wrap.
Oh boy, he's back to being serious now.
It's
I'm not being. I'm just saying.
I listed it on Marketplace on my channel, but I'll send you the pictures.
Yeah, but I don't know if it will. I probably might go. Let me see if I can find that situation.
Please stand by, ladies and gentlemen, while we talk about farm implements. Jennifer, you're excused.
Hey, if we was talking about Bunny, you'd be glued.
I have not. I have not said. I've said it at the beginning, and that's all I've said.
Yeah, I got you there.
I've behaved.
You're behaved.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh. Well, like I say, I don't know. I was just.
Oh yeah. The wrapper. I didn't say something. It comes with the wrap that's on it and a whole new bundle. We got 1 new box of wrap. It's never been opened.
See, if it's gonna be, if it was to show up on like Facebook Marketplace for me, it's gonna be way down the list because you're so far away. Because the way it starts out shows it.
Yep.
But it also depends on how far out you've set your distance, Trey.
About stuff on my camera.
Actually, I don't think the distance on mine will set that far out. What are we? 500-600 miles apart?
I don't know.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That's right. I don't think it'll go up, but to like 100 miles.
I think mine only goes
or
to
maybe
2.
200. I'm not.
I can't. I get listings that say Oklahoma City on them, but I can't set it to where it'll go out that far, and that makes no sense at all. Of course, I can't make. I'm so computer illiterate. I own a phone, but I can't run all of it.
Is it time for a sandwich? Because I'm getting hungry.
Go ahead, Chris. Well, we want to see what kind of sandwich you're going to have.
I was referring to behind you, your cohort.
I think she was just getting a glass of milk, and that usually means she's just about to start doing her version of softballing.
Yeah. Apparently, Facebook has changed it because I went in. Mine was 100 miles, but it just gave me the option to go up to 250 miles. So I'll look.
Oh, wow. Can you do that 4 times? You might be able to get here.
Well, wait a minute, Karma. Let me go read. I thought you was just wanting to know if I got the email. Oh my, that's a lot for me to read.
Oh Lord!
I'm not used to. You should send it in pictures, Karma. It'd been easier for me.
He only does picture books.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
I know, Heather. This theory about Trey going to day shift versus night shift, night to days.
Let me tell you,
it's got me all messed up.
It's got me messed up because I work 9 nights this time. And I'm gonna tell you, it has been tough on me. Matter of fact, when I end this, I'm fixing to walk in there and get a handful of melatonin and throw in my mouth and do everything I can to go to sleep because I get up early in the morning.
Hey, I got a small baseball bat that works great.
Oh, yeah. A ball peen hammer, but you need somebody else to operate it because you hit yourself in the eye the second swing.
It'll put your eye out.
Okay.
Yeah, don't put your eye out.
Okay, so got you, Karma. Tell you what we're gonna do. So, I think because of my live that I did back in the pasture, it all went well. So we can work it out. I will, whenever I come on, and we'll do the interview deal on your channel, I'll go back in the pasture and I will do the interview with Bunny. We'll
He
have
said
Bunny.
it, not me.
Hey, well, that's what she asked. That's what she said. Alive with me and Bunny. So I will go back there and we will try it. Now if I get rooted around and if she injures me because I don't have food for her because she kind of gets annoyed like that.
She just needs a hug and more cuddling time.
Oh yeah, yeah. I want to tell you about cows that don't like being hugged and cuddled. They will help you to hug and cuddle them, except they use other things to do that for you, like the side of a building or the pen
Yeah.
or uh, the gate on the trailer. That's my favorite one to catch. Yeah. And that white one that you've got reminds me of a cow that would do such things for you.
Not yet, Miss Karma, but I did have 2 burritos earlier.
Yeah, Wanda, Chris worked nights with me last hitch. He was up. I don't think he went to sleep till I went to sleep.
And that's what brothers do.
So I heard a guy, we got to pray, but I heard a guy talking about food from Taco Bell. And he said, all food from Taco Bell is, and all of it, he claimed all of it was this way. It's not all this way, but close. He says, all it is a tortilla, meat, cheese, and a vegetable. Tortilla, meat, cheese, and vegetable. So he went into Taco Bell and he's like, well, what's that burrito you've got up there? It looks like it might be good. And the guy says, well, it's a tortilla with meat, cheese, and vegetable. He said, okay, well, what's that tostada you got up there? He said, well, that's a tortilla with meat, cheese, and vegetable. Well, maybe I'll just stick with tacos. I know I like tacos. What are in your tacos? Well, they're a tortilla with meat, cheese, and vegetables. Sounds like it's all the same.
Regardless.
Unless you get a burrito or taco supreme.
Well, yeah, but they have a tortilla with meat, cheese, and vegetable if you get real close.
And sour cream.
The sour cream is just some other form of cheese, friend.
Hey, you know, it makes the difference. That's all I can say.
But my wife will order from Taco Bell. One of her favorite things to get there is called cheesy fiesta potatoes. And what it is little potatoes that are fried, deep fried, and then they put nacho cheese on them and sour cream, and it's just a little bitty dish of it. And I'm like, you might order the only thing from there that is no way Mexican, but it's not a tortilla with meat, cheese, and a vegetable either.
Yeah.
So it could be she's getting ripped off. Beans classify as vegetable.
Really?
Well, in that case,
that's like when I go to Sonic and I get the number 5, which is a bacon cheeseburger. They say, "Can I get you anything else?" I said, "Yeah, I need more bacon."
Oh, what kind of deal is that? 2 little thin, look like pieces of paper of bacon on there. And then if anything, they stack them 2 pieces on top of each other. So,
I don't know. I still think it could be very possible the best deal on food there is out there. And you can disagree with me if you want to, and that's fine. Everybody has different tastes. But there is a Wendy's that's only 7 miles from here. It's actually attached to a truck stop. And at Wendy's, they were one of the first ones offering this biggie bag type of thing. And you get in their biggie bag, you can get one of their double stacks, where if you buy their little double stack sandwich, it's like $3 on its own. Well, you get a double stack, you get 4 piece of their nuggets, and you get fries and a drink. And it's a medium drink. It's not a large, but a medium. And then we will give them, and they'll let us do this. They'll let us trade our fries for a small chili. because they're the same price.
Mm.
Man, that's a lunch right there for $6.
I like their chili, but you know how they make their chili?
Yeah, they put
They're,
pieces of
yep,
hamburgers they don't
they're
sell in.
leftover hamburger. Yep. I, th-
Chop up
I
them
think that
hamburger
was actually a
patties.
pretty
Put in.
genius move on somebody. Instead of throwing that
Yeah.
wasting that, they figured a way to
Well,
repurpose
not
it.
having to have another
Yeah.
product, not having to have another product on
Yep.
hand to make
Yep.
it,
That's
you know.
right.
I can understand that. Oh yeah. I like tacos. I like homemade tacos better than any of them, but I like tacos.
I will do my best,
Started-
Miss Karma.
Wanda said earlier that we're gonna have our days and nights mixed up. No, ain't no gonna. We do, or I do. I got my days and nights all mixed up right now. This has been the hardest.
I
hit
blame
for
it
me.
on him.
I'll take it. You'll be all right.
Wanda, everybody's got to go somehow. I'm going to go happy.
As the great Frank Sinatra said, I did it my way.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness.
Are you serious? I wouldn't trade Wendy's for a Subway, not even if Jared showed up and paid me in 14-carat sandwiches. I don't like carrots that well.
Oh,
You know, that was something funny. My wife, I told her, I said,
yeah.
honey, we want to take you somewhere fancy. Where you want me to take you? She said, I want you to take me to that place where they make the food right in front of you. I'm like, okay. Okay. So we went to Jared's. She said, this is not exactly what I had in mind. I said, well, you said, and here we are.
So Mike, I see Mike just made that. He's on night shift right. No, hit the wrong button. He's on night shift right now. Are you
Mhm.
working like a straight night shift, or do you do like swing, or what do you do? Because I work a 7 on, 7 off. I work 7 nights, then I'm off 7 days, and then I go work 7 days. I'm off 7. And I just repeat that process. Ah, there you go. Says shift. Yeah. That shift is even worse. That's that work. What is it? Work 2, off 3, and then work 3, off. Whatever.
He put that up there because the autocorrect changed it to night
Oh,
shifty.
gotcha. That's
Night
right. I didn't
shifty.
catch it. Good catch. See, those are the reasons I have you on here, just for those catches.
I thought it was just for the comic relief. Well, you know what? I have nothing wrong with Subway except for they're overpriced and I don't need that much
Yeah.
bread.
Mm.
That's all
Well,
I got.
when I lived in Texas, I loved
God.
24 hours because of the fact that they had a Jack in the Box. And I love you get 2 tacos for $1 or something, and I love their tacos. So somebody was mentioning about somebody talking bad about Taco Bell and they eat at McDonald's. So yeah.
Yeah, my wife loves them McRib sandwiches. When they bring them things out, we have to go to McDonald's and have a McRib.
Yeah, that's
Swing shift variation of
yeah.
DuPont schedule.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you was going to say it was a variation of a DuPont overhaul. I know what a DuPont overhaul is. I've seen a lot of DuPont overhauls. They're on tractors that still smoke, you know, because they wore
I
out.
did 3 on. Yeah, see that right there, Wanda, is tough. That 3 on, 2 off, man, that would. Which I've never worked those shorter times, but to me that would be worse. And maybe it wouldn't. Maybe you don't have time, like in my case, where I work. Well, this last hitch I worked 9 straight nights, but on normal I worked 7. Maybe if you work the short hitches, your body
Wow.
don't turn around. Like me, the first few days I normally struggle to get some sleep. Then they're about halfway through, I start sleeping, and I'll sleep all day. I'm up all night, everything's good. But then, boy, when I work off, it's so hard. The older I get, the harder it gets too.
What Mike's talking about there is a man killer swing shift. My cousin has been working a deal like that for the electric plant, coal-fired electric plant at Riverton, Kansas, for probably 30 years, and I don't know how you do it. They ain't any of his relatives, including me, can even keep up with when he's at work or not.
4 nights.
I mean,
2 days off, work 3 days. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, that's what I've kind of figured it was.
but I don't think Kenny gets that 14 days off. I think that he works whatever their length of time is, and I think it's just 5. He works nights 1 week, days 1 week, and evenings 1
No,
week.
they're not.
And then in the mix there of that rotation somewhere, he is working a double every once in a while. And I'm like, I don't know. I wouldn't put up with it.
Oh, it gets tough. I can tell you that it's. I mean, it is what. Hey, I like nights because I do get a lot of stuff done. We call them at work. We call them government jobs.
I've got some of them government jobs I do here on the farm. And if I didn't do those government jobs, we wouldn't have nothing governing the farm.
I bet it is getting harder and harder. Whew. Mine is at a gas plant is what I do, and I am close to 8.5 years into a schedule like that.
I'm not going to say what kind of gas it is.
Now who is this? Clutch Fire 5.0. We did see you in the last. You was in the last live. Welcome.
I was probably gone time you got there,
Yep.
Clutch Fire.
Yep, probably.
5 point. I usually cut out early, but I tell them I get out early for good behavior.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Miss Wanda. I'm telling you, by the end, Miss Wanda, I can sleep all day. I can actually, when my body gets turned around, I guess it's because I'm such a night owl by just naturally. Once my body gets turned around, I actually get better sleep during the day than at night. It's just the hard part on me is just that turnaround, trying to get back the other direction. I used to pull a triple Friday night, Saturday, and Saturday night. Oh,
I had a weird work schedule when I was in college. My last semester in college, I took a midnight weekend job at a local gas station that stayed open 24 hours. I was the only one there over the time that I was there. And I went to work. I worked Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. I went to work at 7 and I got off. No, I went to work at 10 and I got off at 7. And then I had classes at NEO A&M College from 8 until 5. And then I went and fed cows for a guy. And then went home and took care of my own cows. Slept for a couple hours. Had to be back at work Monday night at 10. Worked till 7. Had classes at NEO from 8 to 5. And then I went and fed other guys' cows. And then went home and took care of mine and died. That's how that worked. I died at the end of that every time. I remember one time I was sitting in animal science class and I was so tired I could not keep my eyes open. They felt like they was burning, felt like they had sand in them or something. And so I had to close my eyes. I was still awake, but I just could not keep my eyes open. The instructor thought he'd be real smart and he asked me a question. Well, I knew the answer and I told him the answer, but I couldn't open my eyes. And he stopped me after class and he said, I don't know what you're doing, but you need to quit. It's going to kill you. And I said, no, I have a feeling this is how you live.
Yeah.
Was somebody lurking?
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Old Dale on there. How long has he been lurking around? And look, let me tell you, Clutch Fire. I wish I could do that. I wish if I slept 4 hours, it would be like the same as 8 to 10 hours. But if you're just getting home, at 11,
I want to know Clutch Fire's age, because age has a lot to do with that. I could work a lot longer when I was 25.
It'll,
I spent a lot of that time from 18 to 25, at least during the summers, trying to work about 20 hours a day. I could do that, but not no
yeah.
more. And I probably took years off the end of my life by doing such stuff.
Chat a while likely at 3 p.m. Oh, those times is just so tough for me, Karma. Now look at Wanda. She says she's the same way. Ooh, I wish I could.
Well,
Dakota
see,
said he used to pull 24-hour shifts on about a 20. Yeah, that's.
well, before I started working in the school in my previous or job I retired from, we had that schedule where you're 3 on, 2 days off, 4 on, 3 days off, and it was either 6 a to 6 p, either side. You know, it was 6 in the morning, or you worked 6 p to 6, and whatever. And I dreaded the day shift because all of the big wigs were there. And so, it was like, you in half the time you couldn't get on the radio, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, just to, dispatch would say something, and you would, say something back, and it was, just laughter, just, to keep everybody going. Well, during the day shift, you couldn't do that stuff.
Yep, Mr. Clutchfire, I have a feeling you're just my kind of guy. That's the kind of work I would take on, but back when I was that age. But that has really wore on me pretty hard. I wouldn't be able to hang with it. But I can say this: that's probably a lot different than barning hay for 5 hours at the end of every day during the summer, and then taking that hay back out of the barn and hauling to somebody else through the wintertime.
Yeah.
And I'm not downplaying how hard it is to stay awake and be attentive when you're driving a semi truck. I know that's important. I am saying it's a different kind of physical labor when you're physically worn
So where
out.
are you from, Clutchfire? I mean, like state-wise or something. You ain't got to be specific. I was just curious. So when I'm on days, I usually wake up around 3:30, leave at 4. Yeah, that's kind of me. When I'm working my nights, I sleep right up to the bitter end. I'm the same way, Mike. So could I, Paul? Let me see. So could I? Oh, I got you. Yeah, the older you get, the harder it goes to get caught faux show. He's in North Carolina. That's where he's at. Okay.
North Carolina.
Cool deal.
That's kind of surprising to me. If you're dealing with that much cattle, I figured you to be somewhere more in the Midwest to the south over here where we're at.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. People got to eat beef everywhere there is, though.
Unless you're Trey, then you get snakes.
Hey,
Trey, do you eat
no,
snakes?
well, I eat rattlesnake, but he's talking about my short. That was actually Chris. If you hear that giggle in the background, that's my son. That's been. I was last night. Last night I was cleaning up some storage on my computer, and I run across that video, and it just happened to be in just the right format for a short. I was like, so I downloaded it, whooped it up, and posted it today. But yeah, that's been probably, let me think, how long ago has that been? That's been every bit of probably 8 years ago. 8 or 9 years ago that happened. But it was a good one. That was a big old snake too. And I had it coiled up right at the door at Mom and Daddy's house. That was Mom and Daddy's house we was at.
When I was working that last semester of school, we were late getting started in the hayfield.
Good night, Jackie boy.
Because we had a lot of rain, and I worked into June, the first week of June, and that was one of the worst things was getting off from work, and you had to drive home. I'd drive home headed east into that sun, that sun making you warm in that truck driving down that road, I could have fell asleep and killed everybody on the road, I'm
There we
sure.
go, right there. By stockers out of stockyards in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, and sometimes Tennessee.
So where do you ship them to? You said you ship them out west somewhere? You got a feed yard you send them to? Then ship out to Texas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Montana, Wyoming. That is where the drive and hauling cattle comes in
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Montana and Wyoming. Yep.
Well, Clutch Fire, I'm glad you stopped by to visit with us, and I hope you'll stop in again. We have a good time talking about cattle and grossing some of these homesteaders out and horsing around and just having a good
Tractors.
time. And yeah, we got to talk about tractors once in a while just to keep Skittles and Glitter all upset with us.
Car parts.
A lot of these folks in here are members of a group of homesteaders, you might call them, on YouTube and have channels. Ones that are in the chat. They have lives all through the week.
Yeah.
A lot of them do. Some of the most notable ones happen on Thursday evening from 5 to 8 o'clock. There's usually a string of lives from what's called the Homestead Hangout. You have to find Gillum Farms to get on that and get started at 5 o'clock. And you can tune into any of those anytime. Maybe if we had a moderator that would drop the link for the Homestead Hangout, such a moderator that would be lurking around here in the channel or in the live and have not said anything for over 2 hours. If we could get that moderator to drop a link to the Homestead Hangout. And then there's a couple of lives, one every other week. They have Gillum Farms has live on Saturday, and Rainy Ridge will be on there right ahead of them. And they do theirs every other Saturday called Chillin' with the Gillums. Trey does his Monday at 9. Let's see, Amy is usually Tuesday
and Wednesday.
8. Yeah, she does Tuesday at 8 and is Wednesday at 5.
Yeah. That's the What's Up Wednesdays.
Yeah. The short version.
Yeah. So Clutch Fire, do you have a channel, or are you just like a subscriber? I mean, do you put out content, or you just watch channels?
Oh, well, we're glad you made it in here, Dale.
Dale.
You don't know of a YouTuber that's in here that might, put up the schedule for the Homestead Hangout. And I know who is Rebecca, that Ginger and Joey won't be doing it anymore, but I'm certain something will happen there and that'll get picked up. You don't know where you're at.
Hang on, Bowen.
It's Bowen.
Bowen, you're still in the place.
Bowen's lost.
There you go, Bowen.
Bowen is the most saved lost person I've seen today. He'll take that word right there and he'll make a Bible study out of it or something.
Everybody's got to remember, I'm still learning on all this stuff and how to do and whatchamacallit, and this goes here, and you go over to these 3 dots and you do this, you jump up and down and swing your partner and do-si-do.
Well, that's why we're trying to help you out. We're trying to get you straight here, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, we can tell you everything you need to know, but there's no chance we're going to do that without really raking you over the coals about it first.
I think I need to go get my chocolate ice cream.
Oh, let me pray. Good grief. It's after 11 o'clock.
Hey, well, Clutch Fire, hey, we appreciate you watching anytime. And if not, like I said, if somebody will drop some of these links of people, there's plenty of people you can watch and check out.
It can get really fun, Clutch Fire.
Lori, you ain't got no wrenches. I
I
don't know
will.
if you're on
Well,
my
she's
channel or
not.
not.
Lori's on mine right now, but Lori, I will. I didn't know you wasn't, but I will get you hooked up.
See, Lori, it's Trey's fault. You can hate on him for a minute. Lori, you hate on Trey while we pray, okay? Heavenly Father, Lord, tonight we lift up Troy Sutton to you. We know that he's having a lot of health issues, and Lord, to say that he's probably had a stroke again. And Lord, we just pray that you would place your healing hand on him, and we just lift him to you. We don't know all of his issues, but Lord, we know that nothing has happened to him that's escaped your sight, and you see it all. And Father, we just trust you, and we place him in your care. Father, we pray for Beth at BNS Odyssey. We don't know what's going on with her, but Father, we just pray that you would have your very best for her, and Lord, that you'd walk with her where she's at, and Father God, that you would just have your hand on situations that she is encountering, Father God, that you would receive the glory from that. And Father, I want to lift up Larry Hoddle to you tonight, as he's having a lot of health issues, and they also doctors are a little puzzled about what's actually happening to him. Father, I pray that you would help them to find the solution. And Lord, if it's in your will, just heal him outright. We won't mind that at all. But Father, we do trust you, and we place him in your care. And Father, we just pray that your very best would be on Larry and Robin. And Father, for all the rest of this crew in our chat tonight, we lift them up to you. Thank you for them being here with us, and the time that we've been here to share together has sure been valuable. And Lord, I thank you for the camaraderie that we find here. Thank you for the new ones that have just tuned in tonight that haven't been here before. And Lord, we just pray that your blessings would be on all of them. And help us, Lord, as we go into this new year to look forward to what you're going to do. And Lord, we just love you. We thank you for you sending Jesus to be our Savior. And it's in his name we're praying tonight. Amen.
Amen.
Boy, look. Let me tell y'all something now.
Thank you, Brother Paul.
Dale was busy right there where we would look at all them links he was dropping while we would. Boy.
You sure it's not Nana?
Airborne don't like you recording unless they can trust you.
I'm joking, Brother Dale.
Try to find a reason.
Let's fire. You might be right about that, but I haven't had any problems recording whatever I wanted to record. And to tell you the truth, I never ask them. I might just record me asking them next time when I go in there. I'll look at Nikki and I say, Nikki, you helped me buy the last pickup truck I done bought. You be interested in letting me record you selling my cows? And Nikki's going to look at me and say, I don't have time to mess with you. Will you just get out of my office? And I'll say, okay, I'll just go record them selling my cows now then. And she's like, whatever. That's how that conversation will go. Actually, she may even not even look at me and just say, I don't have time for you right now.
Oh, no. But Neil said Beth is very sick in the bathroom right now.
Man, there is a stomach bug going around that has hit a few people at my church, and they didn't get it from church, but it really knocked them for a loop. You guys know what it is to keep a waste can right close to your toilet? Yeah, that's what it is. You uncontrollable from both ends. Be very, very, very careful. You better Jesus and germs is everywhere, so you better wash your hands and say your prayers.
Yep, that's right. That is right.
See
Thank
you
you,
guys.
Paul.
Have a great
Yes, sir.
night. Chris, hang in there. You'll get it eventually. I don't know. I'm just saying that because that's what they tell me.
Thank you for doing that for Troy.
Hey, speaking, Mr. Paul, how are you coming with your watch hours now that you're doing some co-streaming and stuff? Have you looked at it?
Yeah, last time I looked at it, we went from 28 or 2,900 to 3,100, but
There you go.
they ain't getting them. They're not getting them all put up there. I can go back in these lives and figure out that they're not getting them all put on there. However, the other thing I got working against me is I've been making videos so long that my videos have kind of plateaued on views, and for however many videos I put on, I got probably that many coming off.
Well, but the one
from
thing,
30
if
days
you
ago.
keep doing the co-streaming and stuff, it will eventually override some of that because you're still doing the videos too, plus the co-streaming that you didn't do. So it just might be a little.
And I don't know exactly how it works on the numbers that they post on my part of the co-streaming. That should be just for my channel, but there's people going back and watching that after I've been off from
Yeah,
it.
but if they do
Like,
though, if they watch it from your channel because it's on yours, you'll get the credit. Now I don't think I get the
yeah,
credit. You know what I mean? Once it's a rewatch deal, I'm pretty sure. But um,
but whenever one of the lives has been on, the next morning I'll look at it and say 35 views or something, and then by the end of a week it'll have like 90. And so, when we're on a couple hours, that makes some difference. So,
yeah,
yep.
yeah,
Poor Beth.
yeah. I hate that for Beth. I'm gonna record a video the other day. Oh, yeah. I mean, it happens. That happens. I'm trying to get caught up while I was talking there.
That yeah, clutch fire. Anybody that's from the part of PETA that is people for the ethical treatment of animals should just stay away. But the ones that are in that other PETA group, the ones that are people eating tasty animals, that's all right for them to go.
Yeah.
They won't mind.
And guys, I know some of y'all are starting to jump off. Yeah, anybody else in here that if y'all need some watch hours, y'all just let me know. Shoot me an email or something. And I mean, I try to help Mr. Paul and Chris and whoever. I mean, you I've sent it to Tina and Eric for tonight, and I don't know. I guess they probably couldn't get on or something because they've co-streamed some. But hey, hit me up. I mean,
Yep.
at any point in time, I mean, it's
Hey, I'm really tickled to hear what happened for Tina and Eric.
yeah,
And if you didn't hear that one video they made is going to boost them over
that is
the edge.
crazy, ain't it?
And
I've never even heard of that store
it,
before. I haven't.
really, they make woodworking products of all sorts, and they are a very well-known brand name in that world. But apparently, there's only 2 of those Grizzly stores in the nation, and one of them is in Springfield, Missouri, and
Yeah,
that's where they went to make that
yeah.
video. And I'm like, well, if you just have to be in the right place at the right time, I'm going to go set up Buc-ee's and see if Jesse comes by. Right? Hey, look who it is coming in the door, Mr. Buc-ee's himself. Yeah, I'm a
Oh
mess.
my gosh. Well, like I said, any of y'all guys, I don't care. Y'all hit me up. My email is if you go on a computer, my email is under there. But now I've started on a couple of my videos. I'm putting a whole big list under there, and it's got my email in it. So, but if not, my email is our Louisiana Live 318 @gmail.com. And like I said, I have no issue helping anybody get some watch hours. I mean, especially some of y'all that watch me. I mean, everybody that's in here just about has helped me get to mine watching. So
I mean,
I'm all about
if he'll let me get and help me, he'll stoop that low. So that's what I'm saying. If he'll even do it for me, he's hitting the bottom of the barrel. So all you got to do is ask.
I wasn't going to
If
say.
you'll notice, I'm below you in the picture. Trey's the only one I know that can mess with that, and he puts you are in an elevated position, actually, Chris, because oh man, now he messed that up. I can't even claim it. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't been. Speaking, have you been to the sale barn lately, Mr. Paul? Because I hadn't been. It's been several weeks. I was just curious what the prices were still doing. Which if Clutch
No,
you
but
might tell us.
I'll tell you where I get a lot of information at, though. YouTube. Look up Cattle Market Summary. It's a channel, And the
Thank you,
guy who
Jasper.
has Cattle Market Summary generally puts up one video per day during the week, and he discusses all things beef market. And he even gets, have you ever heard of National Beef Wire? He'll report about the sale barns that report to National Beef Wire, and he does a lot of quotes from different auctions that report to him, and he'll give you news on what's going on. You know, if there's some big something that's happened, and reports prices a lot. And the guy that runs that's name is Corbett Wall, and he doesn't never say cattle market summary one time during his video, but his channel name is Cattle Market Summary. But every one of those he starts off, "Hi, I'm Corbett Wall with DV Auction, and this is your feeder flash." You could probably look up feeder flash and come up with it. And he puts out maybe a 15, 20 minutes, sometimes a little bit longer video every day of the week. And I watch a lot of that to keep up on what's going on.
Yeah.
However, that's all just stuff that gets reported. Never really know till you go sit at the sale barn.
Yeah, Rusty, while I was right there, his is Texas Raider, and I don't remember the number. 1122? Is it 1122, Chris? Okay.
Yep.
I thought so. So I haven't never tried to look it up. I don't know how hard of a channel it is to find. You know, some channels.
If you put Texas Raider 1122 in there, it'll come up. It did on mine.
Yeah.
And I still can't find you in my list of subscriptions on the edge of my page.
With the Brums.
But I go back over there and find Chris, and it says I'm subscribed to his channel when I
I know I'm subscribed to yours, Mr. Paul.
Because I had to do that to go over there and comment on your video tonight. Yeah. Yep. Good night, Greg Duncan.
Good night, Duncan.
Thanks for being in here. Thanks for being a mod for me tonight.
Yep. So somebody was already, let's say, price is going to stay high. Mexico is still closed. I hope it stays high to the end of January, 1st of February, for sure. Because I don't know if it's going to pay off, but I am keeping some yearlings, and I'm trying to put some weight. I'm wanting to try to sell them around that 7 to 8 weight. I think the money.
That's been the goal for me on my weaning stuff. Now we calve starting in February, and we'll wean in October, and I try to keep them 90 days past weaning. And you can't, you know this if you've done it, you can't just dump the feed out in front of them when you're starting them. But you kind of have to get them ramped up on that. And mine ain't getting nothing but about 4 pounds, maybe 5 of a 16 or a 14% grain and pellet feed. Has a lot of dried distiller's grain in it and free choice hay.
Mine, I put mine on a creek feeder. I start them out, and that's why I just got it. I got it's a 16% feed. It's what I start them out on.
Yep.
It's a mixture. It's got distillers and soybean meal and pellet and crushed corn, and it's a whole mixture. I can get it for around $300, a little under $300 a ton. So.
Mine has gotten a lot cheaper than that. This last year, we contracted all of my feed for the year for $212.
$212.
$212.
If I could get a little cheaper if I bought it in super sacks, but it's not saving me much. And to me,
well, that's bulk, and they usually add. You don't remember if it was 50 cents or $1 or 100 to put it in a bag or whatever. But I have to pay them a little bit.
We don't even have nowhere I can go buy bulk around here. Really? Mike, I don't know if there's anybody left in. I think is he on your channel, Mr. Paul? I don't think it's anybody left. I'm assuming he says yours as well, Trey. My channel. It's pretty. If you look up Our Louisiana Life, I think it's Our Louisiana Life 318. Mine normally pulls up pretty good. So if not, if there's somebody left in Mr. Paul's, they might could drop my link. So who's there talking about me? Heather talking about yearlings. Liquid feed. See, I looked at getting into the liquid feed, Mike, and man, it's just for me, it's so expensive for me to get in it. I do want to get liquid feed, but I have to buy here. I have to buy the feeder first, and the feeder is I think they $350 for that the big feeder, and then of course when you buy it, you have to fill it up, of course, and it's $2. I think it's $2.10 a gallon. Look,
I
What
told you I was
world?
going to go.
Gosh, I don't know about you. Oh, I got something you guys need. My kids pulled this on me for Christmas. They brought some of this down.
What's he got? Frozen Twinkies?
I do have frozen Twinkies, but I was talking more about this. I had never had any of these.
yeah.
These here.
What you got? Wickles Wicked Pickle Chips.
Oh, baby. That's the stuff right there.
Are they spicy?
A little bit.
Hmm.
Can you see the red thing in there?
Oh, there you
That
go.
ain't my finger.
Oh, here we go. He says I buy truckloads 16%, and it's still $2.79 a ton. Yeah, that would be probably about where I would be with what I buy in the bags, which I think they told me getting it from the super sacks to the bags is only 10 cents, and to me 10 cents a bag is for 40 bags it's worth that extra 10 cents. Let me see. I see here I'm behind. He knocks $20 a ton off. Gotcha. I got a 1 ton. See, I want me a feed buggy. Dale, why don't you just send that down here? You're not using it for nothing, are you?
Just swing by here and pick up my bale wrapper while you're at it, and then I can afford that operation. Trey's working
Oh,
enough. He can make it work. No, it's not my thumb, Lori. Not my thumb.
Maybe that's what I need to do is for a under the table job is go around and pick up y'all's farm implements and go here and then go over there.
yeah, Dakota, we used to have a feed mill that was like probably 15 miles from here, and they apparently couldn't make it. I mean, it was people bought all the time. We bought there. I mean, I know a bunch of people that bought there. Here we go. There's okay. I know I've seen it. I'm just behind y'all. I'm sorry. I go talking. Our feeder was 325, and the feed varies on price. Last load was almost 600 to fill it up. So I think it's a 200 gallon. I think they told me a 200-gallon tank or 250-gallon tank, and it's 210 delivered. Or if I go and buy it, it's $2 if I go buy it myself, which I could go get it.
On what day do you have time to do it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
When you get off work.
You just got to find time.
Trey, your time is, I don't know when you can find time to do anything.
I'll tell you what, I really, really like that bulk feeder on my truck. And I've just got a little electric motor on auger and a 10-ton upright feed bin that I fill it out of. But when you can pull in the barn and let that shoot down and push that button about 5 times, and you've got exactly this much feed out there. Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real headache to get it good enough to do that because you got to be able to drive in that same place all winter, put that in them same feeders all winter,
Yeah, but you got those nice barns in there on the inside you're feeding in. Boy, that's nice.
Yeah, it is
That's
nice.
that. See, that's those big time. That's them big time cattle farmers
Yeah, it's them big time cattle people that was
that used to have chickens.
practically unsuccessful in the chicken business. You know,
And hey, guess what, Trey? When he
What's
does
that?
it, he doesn't ever get kicked or shoved or anything with his cows.
Yeah, yeah. I
mm.
know. I
hmm
do want. I would like to have me one of those feeders, and we've talked about getting one. Me and Dad kind of talked about going in and getting one to Oreos. Look at him. I mean, hey, if you look, that's how you tell a man with money. He's got the name brand ones. He ain't got the great them. He got Oreo in them. Oh, double. Oh,
No,
double stuff ones.
mega.
Mega stuff. That's
Mega.
what I'm talking about.
You know, you look in the grocery store and you see the different options, and you can tell when that girl that you're running around with loves you when she brings on the mega Oreo stuff.
The only thing I got over here I could chat on would be some Werther's Original.
Well, got to do what you got to do. Lori, I don't know how you would get to thinking you needed some cookies or something.
Yeah, and Mike, you may be right there. It may have been 300. I don't know. It's been. I checked on the liquid feed about a month, probably a month ago when I checked on it. So now I do. I mean, it's a lot of people use the liquid feed, and like me, with the amount of cows I got, I could get the feeder and fill up one time, and it would last me the whole winter. I mean, I wouldn't even with what I've got, which I can't even bring. I'm gonna bring the rest of my cows here after I get the rest of my place fenced off. I'm kind of on the edge of what I got now.
That feeder on the back of the truck deal that I've got,
Uh-huh.
it's supposed to hold 1,200 pounds. We never can get that much in it, but and it's got an electric motor on it, 12-volt motor. I bought that in 1998 for
Wow.
brand new. Ordered it through a feed store that I was selling hay through, and he got it delivered to his dock, and we slid it off on my pickup. $650.
See, that's the one like Clutch Fire's talking about right there. That's one.
Yep.
There's a little, and I forget the name of it. They watch my channel. But it's a feed store in uh Mount Vernon, Texas, and they've got some there, and they really wasn't bad priced. And they had three different sizes. They had the big ones like what you got. I think it was three different sizes they had there, or
Mhm.
one similar.
Are you
How's
gonna
the
put
carnivore?
were you gonna put it in your truck, Trey?
No, I'm not gonna put it in my truck.
Because your dad's got the dually, right?
Yeah, the flatbed. No, that's why I want a small one that I could put on like my side by side.
I could see you putting that on that Ranger. There's a lot of guys up in here that feed them 4x5 bales. They'll put a little bale spear on the. I'll put a flatbed on a Ranger pickup and put a bale spear and a feed box on it. And I'm like,
Yep.
well, you're getting better fuel mileage than me, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
Driving a bulletproof little truck.
I would like to have one of those bale trucks. Yeah, but you can't find them down here. You'd have to go up north to find some of them, or a bed for a truck. The Dakota, the carnivore diet it's. I'm not full on yet, and like I said the other night, I'm not going 100% until after the first of the year. I'm getting through all this good eating, but the bad thing is like Christmas, I didn't hardly even eat anything. I've done been on it for so long, and my stomach's done kind of shrunk. I didn't even get to eat all the sweets and stuff. I ate some sweet stuff, and then I kind of felt yuck. Okay, there you go, Mr. Paul. I don't know if you've already seen that, but he said they based that weight on whole corn.
Yep.
All I can say is this chocolate ice cream is divine.
I'm finna drop you again, but hush, I ain't had no ice cream in a while.
And get
I love
lower
ice
in there
cream.
without leaving. My finger's been on the button 3 times.
Oh, he says they make like a 300 pound. Yeah. Like I said, I've got a.
There's a company that makes one of them for a side by side that doesn't have to have a motor. It's just got a sloped floor in it.
Oh, so the one I looked at actually has a motor on it, but
Yep.
it has a door. You take the door and you fold the door down.
Yep.
And all the motor does, I think, maybe open a door. I'm not even sure. I didn't look that close to it. I don't want to tell you.
The first one of them I ever had was a TNS brand trip hopper box, and it had a deal that caught the feed that ran out of it, and ever so often it opened the door on the box, and those cows got to knowing the sound of that door slamming shut on that little deal. And plus, you could get out exactly how much feed you wanted to with it. You could be very precise with it. But TNS trip hopper boxes, I think, was made somewhere in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was sitting there watching. We talk about some of the cat. Look, let me tell you, I've got some mineral. I don't know. Do you feed mineral? You put mineral out for your cows, Mr. Paul? Much?
Blocks. We've always done those red blocks.
Well, so I've got some blocks out, but I was feeding some mineral. Well, the guy that we bought the air equipped chute from, and I don't even remember the name of the feed, but I looked it up. It's some high dollar. I give a lot of money for some bags of it, and they won't eat it. It's just been in the mineral feeder since we bought the air equipped feeder. And I'm like, they're going to eat that high dollar mineral. So I've been taking it the last couple of days and mixing it in their feed.
Yeah.
And today it's been working so well. I mixed it about 50-50, and they turned their nose up at me. Poor Bunny would not eat it. She walked away. The rest of them,
we want more corn in here if we're going to have to eat this other stuff. Is that the same stuff that Farmer Tyler Ranch has been feeding?
no, he uses
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it.
but no, this I wish I could remember the name of it. I mean, and you look it up, it's some really good mineral. I mean, but it's just something these cows.
There was a lot of guys around me that liked that Purina. I think it was the brand Wind and Rain. And they really bragged about that, but I never have put up any.
Yeah. Bought an Interstate Marine battery for it,
Test us out, Dale. Test us out. Hey, Mike, you love your Aero Equip chute. Have you seen my Aero Equip chute?
Error.
I got one. Mine ain't green, but it's yellow, sort of. And
it's got that custom Paul case writing on it.
It does. It does. I use the Sharpie.
You need to go outside.
Error Equip.
No, I haven't ever do the sulfur or cobalt. No, I just, like I said, I have the trace mineral block. I keep a trace mineral block out, and they like the trace mineral block.
Yep.
Oh,
we use them trace mineral blocks has got us out of a lot of jams. A lot of guys around us was having problems with what they call grass tetany, and it's a magnesium deficiency in the spring, and it will kill them if you don't get it straightened out. And we keep those trace mineral blocks out, and I think that's the reason we've never had any problem with it.
Yeah, I keep mine. They keep trace mineral blocks out.
Well, I try to keep trace mineral blocks out. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Try me, Dale. Try me. Just try.
Yeah. He's looking for an excuse, Dale. So look, we're the bad thing is we're already been on longer than I was planning tonight because, like I said, Dale, which I don't know how long you've been creeping around, but I do have my doctor's appointment in the morning to get my first injection in the old knee.
How far is it to Shreveport?
About 2 hours for me.
Well, Chris already knew that.
Yeah.
Either that or he's going to leave and he was giving me peace.
Look,
He won't even.
I can't believe you let
Into
go
the
that
ice cream.
spoon.
I want to tell you something, Chris. I'm going to be really disappointed if I get all the way up there to 10 Killer this year and there ain't no homemade ice cream. I heard about homemade ice cream, didn't you? I heard all about that. I'm like, all
Hey,
right,
I haven't seen Johnny put out the list yet or the sign-up sheet.
Trey's going to make homemade ice cream. Trey's going to make homemade ice cream at Pinecone. Better go to Pinecone. You want homemade? And then he's going to come up here to 10 Killer and give everybody a paper clip or something. Hey, this paper clip has my name in it. You just have to hold it right.
That's right. Like one of them little what do they call them little deals? You can hold up and see a picture. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a picture in there for you, Mr. Paul.
There
hold
you
it just right to see my logo.
You hold that right to the sun. You can tell what time it is on your forehead.
Yeah, Laurie, it is. That's what I said. We got to get up. We'll have to get up real early then in the morning because Jessica was on me. She's like, "Why do you schedule it so early?" I'm like, "Why schedule it in the middle of the day where it just runs the whole day? Go on and schedule it early. Go on and get there, get it over with, and get on back." I mean, I got fence I need to build. I got cows I need to work. I mean, I got stuff to do. I got to go back work in 2 days.
You just good luck with that. I've tried to get doctors to get me an appointment where I can, stand it. My doctor that I'm seeing now, I go in there and my blood pressure is low. And that's what they got me on is blood pressure medicine. And she says, "Well, I think that's all right." I said, "Ma'am, I've had 2 cups of coffee or I wouldn't have been able to walk in here." And she's like, oh, okay. Well, do you usually drink 2 cups of coffee? I said, "Yeah, as long as I'm taking these pills." "Well, you're probably all right. We won't need to see you and get blood work done for another year."
Yeah.
I go out their front desk. If I'm lying, I'm dying.
That sounds like the VA.
I've got
Right.
my little appointment card. And she says, "Do you want me to write you another appointment card?" And I said, "Yeah, it needs to be about a year out." And she says, "Well, we can't find any of those cards right now. Let me see that one." And she whiteouts on my card and writes the new numbers in for the same day a year later. I'm like,
Oh my
what
gosh.
kind of
That's
a
pretty
deal are we
good.
running here? I mean,
Yep. Clutch fire. We have not had our air equip, but I'm gonna say 7 months, and we haven't used it a ton yet. But I'm telling you, that thing is super. The only thing that I almost wish we would have done instead of buying the setup that we done, I wish we would have just bought the chute with the 8 foot alleyway. Because not because we don't like the tub. The tub is awesome, but you got to get everything in just the right place, and it's hard to get it in and work it to where if it would just been the one with 8 foot alley, we could have. I mean, getting it anywhere. Now we have to. Okay, we can only work this direction.
well, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I've got a few sweep gates set up in square cornered pins. And the sweep gate or radius gate in those pins, and they're all 10 foot or bigger. The sweep
Yeah.
gate in your radius pin will give you a corner where you can sort one out.
Ah,
And it works better than I thought it would when I made it that way. Now I wanted to tell you about how many hundreds of kevs that we've worked through my error quip system. And
hundreds.
I want to tell you, I bought the head gate for that one back in the 90s, and we rusted the paint off from it from dehorning blood. If you ever dehorn any cattle, you should wash your head gate off right after that because that blood will eat the paint off from it. But anyway, I'm betting between 50 and 75 head every year for. Mine's not a bougie shoot. You must be talking about Trey. But you want to talk about bougie, you need to go over and look at Ranching Sodak's setup. He's got a hydraulic motor running a gate for him.
In the back.
Opens and shuts that little gate on the back end of his alleyway. And I'm like, whoa. That's
Yep. Yep. And Mike, That's what mine is. Ours is a 74 series with the palpation uh gate in it. But ours we got is a portable unit that's got the 8-foot alley and the tub, the 8-foot tub. But yeah, look, let me tell you, Mr. Paul, that Matt, old Matty Ice, look, he is an innovator. What about his rope that he had to open the gate?
Oh, forget about the rope. Look at the lawnmower transmission that he hooks up to his impact
The
wrench
jack.
to run his trailer jack up and down. That is a man after mine own heart right there. I tell you. A guy who can part out a lawnmower and find something to use for his gooseneck
Yes,
trailer jack.
yes, Major, and we can't work around 110 head an hour. Yeah, look, that thing is super nice. I'm telling you, when we go to working cows, I could go out there and work all of our cows by myself, and would probably be less chaotic. But everybody wants to be involved. But I'm telling you, it is, it's nice. I couldn't even imagine how nice one of the hydraulic chutes is, like Matt and them's got it at Ranching Sodak. Yeah, I mean Dakota, there is no question whether we can get a scale to work. The only problem with putting the scale in the actual chute itself is on the air equip. I don't know if you've seen it or whatever, but there's what they call a breastplate in there, and that's why I said I want to put the scale in the back, and it won't be hard to do that. I mean, it's just going to be a matter of building a square form to basically just fit down inside, because you can take the gates, that thing, you can do whatever you want with it. But yeah, we're going to put a scale. I'm going to get with you before. I don't know if it'll be before the spring. I gotta get my fundage, man. I'm not no big time YouTuber. I'm not making big time money from YouTube. So I gotta get my fundage together before I can get me some scales.
Sounds like you need to have a crawfish boil.
Karma says they have a 210 squeeze chute. Well, that's all right. I've got a truck that has a 710 cap on the motor. Have y'all ever seen a 710 cap?
A 710 cap. No, this is a new one here.
710 cap.
You're ready.
Just about every motor has a 710 cap on the motor. You've never seen one.
It's gonna be something obvious, and now you just got my brain working now.
See, when you look at it, it looks like it's just a 710 cap. But then if you look at the other side of it.
Yep. I knew. See, I told you. I knew it. And there, bye,
Yep,
Paul.
he's out. He's gone.
Oh, shoot.
You getting ready to shut her down?
Oh, we ain't gonna be long. I was trying to see here. What do we? Oh, yeah. But my problem is it's gonna be going to sleep. I'm literally finna go in here and take a handful of Melicone when we get finished and hope for the best.
Well,
I love to have
Jessica wakes you up.
Oh, yeah, she will. Well, it's all, yeah. We want some scales, Mike. We're gonna get some. I'm gonna get Dakota. Dakota's gonna hook me up. So just keep an eye out on the channel. We're gonna hook something up in there with some scales. It's almost 1 a.m. here. I gotta leave out at 4 to take a load to the Keel plant in South Carolina. Y'all have a good night. Hey, appreciate you stopping by, Clutch Fire.
Good night, Clutch Fire.
Anytime.
All right. Well, I guess I'm going to back out so you can back out so maybe you can get some sleep.
Karma said anytime I need to work my cats, I squeeze with my 2 arms and use my 10 fingers. Boy, somebody's full of it.
Oh, she's got some good cats.
Yeah. Those are called Minnesota goodbyes. Yeah. So, but
well,
yeah.
Thanks to all my mods.
Yep. Hey, I appreciate everybody coming by and everybody hanging around, because I honestly wasn't planning on. I was figuring tonight was going to be about an hour. Hang on.
Wait a minute.
I told you what would happen.
I told you what would happen.
Yeah.
You just don't want to be around me. I'm
No,
coming
I'll
up
stay.
he leaves.
I'll stay. I've been waiting for you all night.
Yeah, he's been hiding. What
I've been at a meeting.
have you got a different camera or something? What you got
No,
going
I just
on
don't.
there?
Huh?
It's kind of blurred behind you a little bit.
Well, okay, let me fix that for you.
Well, no, you're good. You ain't bothering me.
He's going to turn on the big light.
Maybe that's it. That's it. So, I was I was waiting until figuring you might show up. So I got my 9-acre Christmas card. So look, I was what I've been trying to I was waiting on you to get ours because Jessica, she did not even think about it. Good night, Mama. I can't believe Mama's a night owl. Mama's about like me. She
No,
stays up all the time.
look at Paul Case's comment.
Oh, I love me some 9-acre Dale.
Well, you would have loved me tonight, Paul, because the meeting I went to was a county commission meeting, and then there was a meeting after the meeting with the new incoming county commissioners. And the county commission meeting got heated. Like one of the outgoing commissioners and one of the ones that got elected got in a cursing, screaming, toe-to-toe match right there in the middle of the meeting.
And you didn't videotape it?
It's on YouTube.
Oh.
Oh.
And I'm sitting front row. And I'm loving every minute of it.
Oh, goodness.
But
so, yeah. But no,
I'm the weirdo that watches every county commission meeting or takes part in it. I even watch a county that's not my counties every week. The county to the north.
There you go. Oh. So, where am I at? Seriously, Dale, LOL. But no, Dale, what I was trying to tell you is on the card, I was sending Jessica stuff for her to get the addresses because it was like I told you, it was mad chaos. I don't know. I've done said it a million times on here. I don't know. Some people might get 2 cards. Some people might get no cards. Some people may get a card. But I mean, we did not, and wasn't either one of us thinking about, okay, let's keep a list of who we're, because we'd get a group of them done, we would mail them out. But we didn't keep track of who we mailed out. So then the next chance I got, I'd get more addresses. You know, I was trying to find everybody's addresses. I'd get more addresses. I'd get them to Jessica and off. But whenever she done, I seen yours before she done. I said, Jessica, what are you doing? She put on there Lisa.
Yep.
Then put Lisa and Dale. It was just Lisa. I said, oh my. I said, we're going to hear about this.
Oh, yeah. You knew you were.
But what that one was, is that one was actually whenever I done my first giveaway and Lisa sent me y'all's address. And I didn't think about Jessica not putting 2 and 2 together, you know. So I just sent her that. And then she just wrote it that way. I'm like, oh my.
Oh no, Paul. No. Actually, it's in legal. It's in legal. It's in the court system right now.
What's up with that?
Well, they're trying to put 50,000 acres in solar panels. And in the best ground in the county.
Hey, it's been done here. I'm telling you, some of the best farmland in I'm not going to say parish, but in this part of the state has been took over, and they done it's like a 30-year or a 40-year lease and it's done. I mean, the
They're
solar
doing
panels,
100-year leases.
and like, and that may be what they've done. I was thinking it was like a 30 or 40 year or something. But they're also what's his name? Zuckerberg.
Mm-hmm.
They're fixing to put the largest meta whatever right up the road from here. If you
Well,
see you put that
if they get done what they're wanting to get done, we will have the largest megawatt solar
well, I was
field.
talking about Mark Zuckerberg owns Facebook and Meta. They're
Mhm.
putting a Meta data center.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but also around that same thing, they're putting now more of the solar panels. It's a lot going on. There's people are selling right now land up there. I know some people that just sold 50 acres up there and got 2 point something million dollars for it.
If you let me just
It
I'll just put it out there. If you don't know what 30 by 30 means, you need to do some research. If you don't know where I'm going with this, certain administration wants to take 30% of the farm ground in the United States of America and take it out of production. Completely out of production. They want to own that 30% of ground before it's all over said and done. Yeah, they're telling these farm guys that they convinced to sign up. Oh, it's just gonna be, you can still run cattle and you can run goats and you can run sheep and all that. And no, they can't.
well, here's the deal, Lori. What's going on there is there's a lot of people that's not wanting to sell their land or not wanting to lease their land. But when these people are coming in and they're throwing the kind of dollars at it's anybody. It's hard to turn that kind of money down. I mean, we're talking mega money that they're throwing at these people, and I think it's got to be a pull with some of the government stuff because do they not realize that they're killing? They done this tree program, and I don't know about up there in Kansas. I know y'all don't have a tons of trees, but down here they done it with tree programs. Like if you had land that had been farmed, if you owned it for 5 years or 2 years, I think if you owned it for 5 years and it's been farmed at least 2 years, you could put in a tree program. Now you could pick it to be a 20-year program, a 40-year program, or a 100-year program. And the 100-year program, I mean, they would pay you, I mean, a crazy amount of money per acre, a one-time pay. So what that does is it just locks that land in
Yep.
for 100 years or 20 years. And now they did it, and it's been so much land around here that's been put in trees that now people are buying it out. People are having to go in there, buy it out because you've got things like solar farms and all that stuff is taking the land. People don't realize it's eventually going to take. Do you want to get down to where you have to get your food and your grain from other countries? Because
They either
that's
want that or they want it lab food. They want you living off of lab food.
Yep.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah. See, like Dakota, where this Mark Zuckerberg data center is going. The state bought this from that farmer. This was all farmland. The state bought it from this farmer, been probably 15 years ago, probably. And the state's just been holding on to it.
Night, Paul.
Times in the last 5 minutes, which means your time has expired. Good night. Good night, Mr. Paul. But yeah, I mean, so and the state just there was a lot of donation that went on to this Mark Zuckerberg thing, but it's bringing millions and millions of dollars to the state. Like they're fixing to build an overpass, so the exit that goes to this spot is too sharp for like low boys and stuff to get across. So they're fixing to build a 4-lane exit ramp that exits whatever, it don't matter, goes around and going to that place. And this is stuff that's fixing to happen like ASAP.
Yeah.
So yeah, Zuckerberg is the Facebook guy, but he also owns Meta. And that's what this is. This is a data center for Meta, which he owns it too. And I'm telling you, there's tons. They're fixing to build a new gas plant up there. They're uh, they offered the guy, and none of us know. Of course, we're all in the dark, but there's got to be more big coming. Exxon just come in and bought out the company that we're contracted to. So because of carbon capture, so they just come in and bought them out. Then right now, the man across from us was just offered. When I tell you a ridiculous amount of money, a ridiculous amount of money. He owns 200 and some acres. And I mean, they just offered this man, I think it was 6 point something $1 million. So, and that's probably as a crow flies, let's say 8 miles, 10 miles from where this this data center is being built. I don't know, something like, I mean, I don't remember the exact numbers, but there's a lot of things that's going, and people are trying to take advantage of it. A lot of landowners around there, they're trying to sell their land, and
Yeah.
but
I'm not gonna lie to you. My family homesteaded this area, and I'm about to the point that it's no longer what it was, and I'm about done with it.
yeah,
I don't know where I'm gonna go, but I'm about done with it
yeah,
because I can't get too far away from them grand girls because Nana won't let that happen.
mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, hey, Lori, look, Oprah Winfrey and Bill Gates has owned a farm here for, I know it's been probably 15 years, 15 or 20 years. Bill Gates and Oprah Winfrey has owned a monster of a farm and some really good, but I mean, they farm it. I mean, there's some of those. What's the saying? Farming in style. They've got to farm it to lose money because the kind of equipment that they run and the things they do, I don't know how they really make money at it, but they could. I mean, they pay them guys really, really well. They have all brand new everything. There's no shortage of anything at that farm. But the data center, you can look it up. You look up y'all doing it. Look up data center in Holly Ridge, Louisiana. That's where, I mean, they've already got plans out. I mean, they've already started drilling wells because I don't remember. They got to have a monster amount of water because that's how they're going to cool the computer chips and
That's
stuff.
what Karma
Water.
just said. Because of the water use, fight it.
Let's see. They tried to bring data center into, but I mean, it was done. I mean, I'm telling you, nobody even knew what was going on before. They said my boss actually lives across the road from it, so he's watching all of it as it happened. Nobody had no idea. They seen people going out there, little survey things, and next thing they know, the first thing they was out there doing, they had drilling rigs set up out there drilling water wells.
Well, see, that's what happened with this solar panel deal was these companies made these farmers sign non-disclosures, so they didn't even tell their neighbors that. I mean, and these proposed industrial solar farms were going to be within 25 foot of their neighbors' houses.
Yep. The solar.
And I don't know if you
panel.
watch the news, but what happens if a solar field or a battery storage facility catches on fire? they finally, the last one, and you can look this up, a battery storage facility for those solar panels caught on fire. They tried everything to put it out. They finally come in and just concreted the fire to put it out. That was the only thing they could do, was dump thousands of tons of concrete on top of this fire to put it out.
Yeah. Yep. But Karma, that's what they want. They don't want us. I mean, they want us to be fully dependent.
That's exactly right. If the whole fiasco of 19 and 20 didn't prove that to people, you must have your head stuck in the sand, like clear to your waist, that you could not see that is what they want. They want you to depend on them 100%. So if they decide that the population is too high, they're going to just pull the plug and no longer send anything.
Yep.
And these people that we're talking about who tout this, the population's too high and everything, listen, y'all, all these sci-fi movies and everything that was like, that could never happen. That's all fiction. That, those that are high up will live, and they will eliminate all of the little people. You are kidding yourself.
Yeah.
Wake up, because that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I'm with Dakota. I mean, I did the farm to table thing. That's what if you go back 2 years ago on our channel, you'll see that's what we were doing. We were selling stuff at farmers market and stuff like that, trying to get people to buy direct from the farm.
Yeah.
Those same people, when I tried to charge $3.50 for farm fresh, naturally raised eggs, would not buy them from me. Because, oh no, I mean, I can buy them at the grocery store for $1 a dozen. Well, I just said Thursday night on my live, we went to the grocery store. You know what they are in the grocery store right now? Yeah, like $6.80 a dozen, $7.
Yeah. But it's like Dakota. I know here. The reason I say that is they said here with the hard drive stuff, somehow the water is going to run through all of it, and that's what they're going to use to cool it. And I'm not going to say what kind of hard drives they have that it's going to be, but they're going to use water. I mean, they said the flow that they need for gallons per minute. I wish I could even remember it. But it's ridiculous. It's like stupid amounts of water. And desert, they wanted data center here claimed it would be. They're saying that it's going to employ a ton of people here too, but they're saying it's going to be like 200 and something employees to run this data center. It's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's like, they had some commercial property. Oh, look, somebody else just polled.
They're over six. Oh yeah. See, our eggs here are about $6 a dozen. But look, let me tell you what was. I know this is jumping to a different thing, but when talking about the egg thing, y'all, we went to Texas to Pinecone Fest, and I told everybody there, we went and we bought 2 gallons of milk I think we went to Brookshire's where me and Jessica went, cheaper than we can buy a gallon of milk here. And I mean, a gallon of milk here is like almost $6 for a gallon of milk. And I think me and Jessica bought milk. I think Dale and them may have been someone or I know Dakota, it was several of them we was talking about it. I'm like, we just bought this milk. I was impressed there. We bought milk for $2.
And we bought milk, and I said, that milk was stupid high. I'm thinking, my goodness, this milk is high here. Yeah. And then you were sitting there talking about how cheap it was. I'm like, holy cow, we're not going to complain about our milk price up here anymore.
Yeah. Yep.
They're that's my family was dairy dairymen. You know, my
Yeah.
grandparents were dairy,
Mm-hmm.
owned a dairy. My uncle and cousin owned dairy, and they went broke. I can't even. My uncles probably went bankrupt 3 to 4 times dairying because the price that you're paying for that milk in the grocery store, it ain't it ain't the farmer that's getting that money, y'all.
Oh no.
Because they are buying that milk from the farmer for pennies on the gallon.
Yeah, let's see. I can get 18 eggs for $6.29 at Albertsons when they're producing. I can get farm fresh eggs for free from a friend. Milk is $3.49 a gallon. See, Lori's $2.89 a gallon there. See, $2.89 or something like that's what we paid for it, I think. But eggs, we don't buy a ton of eggs. But like right now, chickens aren't laying. Our mom and them's chicken aren't laying. So,
And that was what Karma's sitting there saying about got eggs free from a
yeah,
friend. That's what killed me in in the egg business too. Was, you know, here I am trying to sell them week after week after week, and then you got all these people that are
that's
just giving them to people, you know.
yeah. Chris is, by the way, y'all, in case I didn't tell y'all, but he lost signal or something. He's trying to restart his computer. So he may be back in. That's, we was just talking, so I didn't interrupt to say it, but.
Well, you know, and that's, I'm just speechless. I don't know what, I'm kind of like Dakota. I've got frustrated to no end with the whole situation, and I'm just kind of done with it, you know.
Yeah, it's like Dakota says right there that they'll keep living in our metaverse. I'm telling you, people don't even understand. You got some people that don't ever leave out their houses that honestly, they think that the chicken eggs and the meat and everything comes from the grocery store. Like the grocery
Yeah, they
store
don't
just
have a clue.
it about the ground.
It's that adage, and you can, you know, I know some people are just now discovering things like YouTube shorts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You can find videos that people take of people in town or in these really urban areas that they're like, well, you know, it always went back to the hunting thing. Well, why would you go and harvest a deer? Why can't you just get your meat from the store like everybody else? And you say something like, you know, that comes from a cow. No, it comes from the store. You know, they just they don't get it. Like,
Yep.
you know, they actually talk numbers, and I'm not going to quote numbers because I know I'm going to have them wrong, but literally we are by the percentage, I can't remember that percentage of disconnected people in this country from knowing the true source of food.
Yep.
The percentage is scary. Like one of the people said, we are the most uneducated society in the history of the world.
Yep.
When it comes to our food, where it comes from.
Yep. Hey, Karma, if he makes an average of $12 an hour at the auction, that's better than our guys here make, because everybody at our auction that works up there make are hourly, except for the higher ups, and they are, they're on a daily rate. But I'm telling you, the guys there don't make 10. So I think they make like $9 an hour. Some of those guys that work at our sale barn. And we do have somewhere here, I see Dakota. Matter of fact, the people I bought Bunny from, they own a feed store, and they have what do they call them? We've talked about them before. The Guernseys.
Guernseys.
Well, Guernseys. That's it. They have Guernseys milk cows, so they milk them. They have a milk machine there, or like a portable milk machine, and they milk them. every day, whatever, and they sell that milk at their feed store. Now, it is not sold. They cannot legally sell it for human consumption. So it
Bingo.
is sold. Yep, it is sold as for pets or something like that. Yeah.
So I know another. I seen another dairy like that. That how they got around that not for human consumption deal was you didn't buy the milk. You bought their pet cow's feed for the day
Ah,
as a
gotcha.
donation.
Gotcha. Yeah, you made a donation. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and that's bad because I'm telling you, if which he knows and y'all know, but I mean, like our tickets that we get, we see what the sale barn holds out of our tickets, and it's really when you look at that and you say, oh, today, I know we're a small sale barn compared to like what a lot of y'all have up that way, but 1,200, 1,400 head, and you think, okay, if if all those cows got held out that same amount of commission, which I know the large groups get a discount more or less for bringing in large groups, that sale barn is making bank.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
I know they've got some expenses. Look at people getting all fancy with that background.
Well, I just
But
noticed what you're talking about with the blur, and that's because the blur
yeah,
background was on. I didn't realize it until just
guys,
now.
okay. I
I
knew that's what it kind of
bigified
looked
it.
like.
I
Yeah.
made the picture big so I could actually see us. And
Mm-hmm.
um,
Yep.
Karma, don't think that I was getting on you for getting free eggs, chick. Like, power to you. I fully understand, and let me tell you, I worked at the livestock auction for many years, and I would have loved to have made $9 an hour.
Yeah. 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 I know it's crazy what them boys up there make. And then on top of that, they most of them guys will then turn around and because daddy goes up there or well did, he don't now, but there for I'm gonna say probably a year, daddy would go up there and just work. He liked being around. Daddy did make $12 an hour, I think, what he did make up there. But he'd sit there and just work the gate.
Yeah,
But some of like I said, a lot of them guys didn't make that.
with no
And
insurance, no.
yeah, no insurance. And on top of that, them guys they was selling them like burger plates up there. Well, it was I mean, by the time them guys would buy a burger plate, get a drink, and them getting snacks and all that, well, they would hold that out of their check. I, them poor fellas, they was almost working for food.
Yeah,
You know, yeah, that's bad.
yeah, and it's just, and I have good friends that own and operate a livestock market, and it's a very, very, it's not a huge market, but it's pretty big. Their average sale could be 5,000-6,000 head.
Yeah,
Um, and I kind of know some of their numbers, and it ain't like they're making a fortune either, because a lot of that commission is also checkoff dollars that's going on to the national checkoff, and then livestock, they have to pay so much into the state and stuff like that, and into the national, and it ain't like
mhm,
they're cutting a fat
yeah,
hog by no means.
yeah, yeah. Oh no, I'm not. I'm just saying though. But we was looking if we just figured up one day off of what we made. And if everybody there, which, like I said, I know they don't, it's not an even playing field as far as what you're charged across across the board. But if everybody was that day with the amount of cows the sale barn had, they would have made 100 and something thousand
Yeah,
that day. Now, like I said, I know that's not all profit, but they're still
I was going
they're
to say,
getting
I want to say that this barn They told me one time if they don't have 1,500 head, they don't even break even.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, I mean, yes, there. I mean, because you got. Well, I don't know about everybody, but ours, what they have a vet that they pay. Now that vet, in part of that collection, that vet gets, I think it's $3 or I think he gets $5 for every cow he checks. So yeah, that's it does, and he gets it may be the same thing for every bull that he checks. Yeah, like I said, I know they have expenses that go with it, but I'm saying, but they do they do okay with it. But like I said, I know, but now me and Mr. Paul went and sold some, and right when we first kind of went to talking and meet Mr. Paul, he come on a live and was talking about he had his sales slip, what he had held out, and it wasn't nowhere near.
I was going to say, was it
Yeah.
anywhere near what yours was holding out? That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. I don't know where I got all my tax stuff. I've been trying to get tax stuff ready. Let me see if I got one over here. Let me see what this one is. This one here, I sold one. Okay, I have to do so this cow right here, I made $887.50 is what I made before they held anything out. They held $2 for the cow yard. They held the beef pro, whatever that is, I don't know, $1. Insurance, they make you pay for your own insurance. That was $3.55. Commission was $44.38. So that one cow that I made $887.50 on, they held out $52.93 on one. Yeah. And I brought home $834.57 on that. Is what I brought home. So, and and if you don't believe me, well, you can't see it. Oh, there it is.
Oh, I believe you.
At the bottom. So there's the total deduction right there. $52.93 was the total deal there.
Woo, that's a little sale, Karma. For here, that'd be a tiny sale. 50 to 100. Good sale is 100 to 200 head.
Oh, wow. We don't ever have that. Let's see. Here's another one. That I made only $675. And after they got through taking everything out on a $675, they got $41.45 total.
That's pretty extreme.
Yeah, that's what I said. When you do the math on what they was doing, it was 100 and something thousand a day. If everybody got charged,
I'd be trying to sell direct if I was you.
Well, we're going to try some different places. We're going to, but here's the deal with some of that, you got to figure because the next closest place to us is 2 hours away. Now there is one place in Ruston, which is about an hour and I'm gonna say hour and 10 minutes from us, probably something like that. And you can go there, unload them. A guy basically checks them out, scores them more or less.
He's a buying station.
Yeah, I'll give you this much, and then he'll cut you the check right there. But you also take a chance of pulling all the way over there, unloading, and him not offering you what you think. And then you got to load them back up and come home empty handed. So it's kind of, I have never had the best of luck selling. And I really think it's a name thing because, man, I take some really good looking yearlings up there. I mean, you look at the yearlings I've had, it's some good looking yearlings I've got now. And they're cut, they're weaned, been on feed, they've got all their shots.
Like I was saying earlier, that deal, Lori, I don't know who would be censoring your posts because I was doing Paul's.
Well, here's the deal. If depending on what you say, sometimes, Lori, it's YouTube will get you. I've had that happen to me. I've made comments before, and the comments never come through because it's something that you may type.
Yeah.
You know, like Dakota. It happened to Dakota earlier. He ended up having a word in another direction, another way. Oh.
Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say about that. Anyway, you know, a lot of our little barns have left, but the buy-in station deal, that's kind of a new deal that, you know, has started up with us a few years back. But I remember what I was going to say. That's you were talking about, you know, hoping that it would last until, you know, end of January, 1st of February.
Yeah.
Don't be like those farmers a few years back that were holding out for $14 soybean. You know, they passed up $12, $13, and then guess what? In 1 week, they went to $8.
Yep, I know.
And those guys that were holding out, they ended up selling
Well,
soybeans for $5 and $6 a bushel.
It's one of those deals. I'm trying. We've always sold our cows. It's a 6 month, and at 6 month, I mean the weight ranges, you know, but it seems like those 7 and 8 weights, if you don't have to put too much money in them, they get much better money for, because the price per pound is really not that much less, but it's so much more poundage. So, you know,
I know what
here
you're saying.
I'm not doing it. I have a job. So if my gamble here don't work, it's not like I'm a make or break with my cows, you know.
Yeah.
And it's only three. It's only three of them I'm doing it with. So, and they're actually going to be at two different weights when I go, because I have two that I'm fixing to cut. That they're fixing to be 6 weeks old. I mean, 6 months old in just a few days.
My
But I'm
dad
finna go and cut.
My dad, who has had colon cancer and been taking chemo for 2 years, he still cuts every bull calf at 3 days old. Catches them, ear
Really?
tags them, cuts them.
If I do it that early, I will. I'll just band them. You know, we have the banners, and that's just quick and easy for them to be
Ooh.
little. I know, but I don't normally do that no more. I'm just about to the point because, you know, here you go again. Like we talked, I don't know if you was creeping earlier when I was talking about it or not.
Mm-mm.
You,
When I
everybody,
popped in, I just finally had got able to actually watch you guys.
I'm just messing with you, but everybody has their thing. You know, some people say, "Oh, ban them as soon as they hit the ground." You know, blah blah blah, and then some people say, "Oh no, it's not good. You know, a month old." Some people, you know, so you know, we've always done it if we can when they hit the ground. Just have it out there, have the banner ready, go. Yep, it's a bull. Do it. But I'm now, I have no issue, especially since we got this air equip. You know, it is so much easier to do that kind of stuff. I mean, you can get in there, squeeze everything, open that, open that gate up, and it's just right there. You know,
Well,
so
there is a little bit of school of thought. Those family jewels also produce growth hormone
mhm.
that by cutting early you take away some of that growth.
That's
But if
that's
you
what I've
got
heard.
good enough genetics,
Yeah,
you're still going to have good gains. My dad's got pretty good genetics,
yeah,
but
me too.
you know, we have, you know, that was back to I was giving you a hard time about your bougie shoot. The shoot that we have, and you can actually watch it in one of the videos that I helped Dad load out because we loaded out through that shoot system. That is it is not a, what brand was yours? A
Air equip is what ours
Air
is.
Quip. This is a
But
UFFA Quip
a UFFA equip.
because
Okay.
the FFA kids built that in 1 year and then we put
okay.
and it's got, everything on it too.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of guys around here that run hydraulic chutes, and like I'm in big cattle country. Like one
Yeah.
of my neighbors, they run about 100,000 steers per year. You know,
Yeah.
I got another one that runs 20 or 30,000 right, not just right down the road from me. So, there's some pretty big operators around me, but and that one farm that runs all them steers through there, they do some of the neat things to me that it's like a marketing thing. They started years ago with it, kind of on a just, kind of a joke.
Yeah.
Almost. They
Yeah.
bought a bunch of long-tailed calves out of the barn, older calves, and somebody said them long-tailed steers, they're probably older than old, and so their kids were into showing and everything. They just went and got them a pair of really sharp, big old handled scissors, and they cut the switch of their tails all off even with the end of their tail, and then they branded them all, and their ear notch was, they took a sharp pocket knife and just cut the whole third of their ear off. Instead of a notch in it, it was just one ear, a third of the ear off. And when they sent all of them out, because they send some loads direct to feed yards out west, they sent them steers to the feed lot, 7 pot loads of them. The feed lot just, they couldn't say enough good about it. Like they just went on and on and on. Every one of your steer, our buyers come in here to buy a pen, and they just see that whole pen of nothing but every one of them's got a short tail, every one of them's black, every one of them's got one ear, because that's what sells. And then when they hang them on the rail, they all grade the same. They all yield the same, they all grade the same. So that's why they do so well with it. And it was funny. Yeah. So Chris, yeah, you're still co-streaming even though you're not in here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, Dakota. I know I have a very good friend north of me that when everybody else was going crazy buying steers, and steers were stupid priced, he could buy heifers. And it cost, I think he figured it up, it cost him like $6 a head to sterilize those heifers and send them to the feed yards. And he done really well. And so he always has, majority of his are steers, but he always runs sets of heifers too. If he's at the barn buying and he stumbles across a ton of, black-hided, heifers, he'll buy the whole trailer load and sterilize every one. And by trailer load, I don't mean like 5 or 6. I mean 100+ head, but, and the nice thing about them, once you sterilize them, there ain't no more of the freight train going out there. And when they sterilize her, they basically do it like they do a dog, so they leave everything intact inside. So they're still producing the hormone, but it's basically they tie their tubes is what they do.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot more people down here and everywhere using, like, what is it called? One of them's like a row grow, that growth hormone that they're putting. That's getting a big.
Well, that was an old practice. My dad has a scar right here on his arm because he used to run a great big ranch. He was the main guy that run the ranch, and the owner of that ranch, he wanted every baby calf when they were within a week old. He wanted them to have a Ralco pellet in the back of their ear.
Yeah.
So Dad is out there all by himself at like 2:00 in the morning in the frost and snow, trying to grow this baby calf. And of course, the calf tries to jump out from underneath him, and right when it jumps, he just my dad outgrowed himself.
Golly.
Of course, my dad's tough. He just pulls out a pocket knife and just slits it and pops it out, But
Oh my God. Well, I've looked at it. And I just don't know that there's a benefit. I don't know that there's enough benefit in what I do. I would never do it. Nothing. If I was going to raise something for us to slaughter, I wouldn't do it. But if you're trying to pack on
there's
pounds,
something to it. I mean, it's basically, I think if it was done at the right time, it would be beneficial. But I'm with you. I don't think it's worth it, in my opinion. I don't know. That's kind of like feeding Paline. They're hard on the hog industry about feeding Paline, which is just a feed additive. But if it's done correctly and not overdone, it's a great tool. If it's done incorrectly, that's what leads to pork chops that you can't cut with a chainsaw and are dry and are hard, and
things to Oh, that's cool. Carl. Yeah, I've looked into it, and it's one of them deals. Is it because the price of it? It is. I can't see where the value. You have to give a good bit more for.
I don't know how that's going to be a downfall of a rancher, Dakota. It's not a big enough practice.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of big ranches that are using like it's two of them. You got Ralgrow and I can't remember. There's another one that they're doing. The other one, Ralgrow, from what I've understood, it's just they only have one injection period, one pellet only. Whoever the other company is out there, they have like three different ones. They have some you can do for steers, some you can do for heifers, and then others you can do for calves. So,
and I don't know. That's like, so do you run your bull year round?
No, we used to, but we've quit now. We run ours. I tried to get Dad to do it just for 2 months, just go for 60 days, and he wasn't going. And I get it. Dad and them, they use theirs. They pay land and stuff like that with theirs. So we ended up. I didn't want to take my bull, pull him early, and go put him in a bullpen by itself. That's not
So that's like
not a good recipe.
Both my mom's farm and my dad's farm. I mean, we've always we put a bull in for 60 days. You pull the bull, and all your calves are pretty much going to drop in about a 40-day window.
Yep, and that's what I'm hoping. I'm going to do this year. I should have calves everywhere dropping about February 2nd.
Yep.
That's the first day that it's possible. Now that would have to be the day that we put the bull in the pasture. It was one that was in and ready, and he bred her that day.
Yeah.
So but we should. I'm gonna try to do a video and do like a 30-day. I don't know if I'll do a video or if I'll do shorts, but do like a 30-day calving. 30 days of whatever. I'm gonna do something like that when I
and that's Johnny and I have had that conversation because Danny, he runs his bull pretty much year round.
The year round. Yep. That's what he said.
So he has surprise calves year round.
Yeah.
And I can kind of see both sides because he has a constant flow of income throughout the year. But we've said it time and time again, you know, you don't make a ton of money off of a cow calf operation, but you gather up all of your money by doing the way we do. It's all one lump sum.
Well, here's the thing. This is what I'm seeing with it, and this is why I've tried to talk Daddy into it. Is okay. So in normal cases, just say we may go sell 5, 6, 7 yearlings. Well, those yearlings still, when we go sell them at a time, they may vary. You may have some that's 350 pounds. You may have some that's 550 pounds. Well, each one of them yearlings sells individual, one at a time, one at a time. If if you go in there and you have yours in that window, you show up at the sale barn. If you've got 15 and every one of them is at 6 to 700 weight or 7 to 800 weight, whatever it is, they go through
Like
and
dad, dad has 100 and plus head mama cows, and we 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 wean them all and haul the whole lot in. We used to always, um, hey Chris, you're back.
Yeah, I'm running off my cell phone. So
We used to do like what you're saying. We would wean, then we fed. Of course, now here's the thing: we're feeding our own corn that we're raising, ground, you know,
yeah,
to those calves along with hay and on pasture, and we'd wean those out and put 60 days on them or more. Wean, worked everything, and then you haul a load of 100 head, and they look like a box of Oreos. Every one of them looks the same weight, the same style, everything. You will top the market.
yep,
You know,
yep. Well,
uh,
and
I know
my
Dakota
whole
was talking about that. They come in, people come in, and they mention some ranch's name, and the stuff's bad, but it also works well if your stuff is good.
yeah,
We had buyers every year, we still do, that say, you know, they've told the barn when that family brings calves, I want to know. You know, we always
yeah,
let the barn know ahead of time because
yeah,
they're going to buy every hoof.
yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That's the deal of being able to sell a group. And even if you got one in the bunch that's kind of iffy or something don't look, well, let's
Oh yeah,
mix this
you'll
group.
always have,
You know, yeah,
you know, and that's the whole. But that also has become now. That's what now becomes the freezer beef that
yeah,
we can sell. We
yeah,
keep those that don't match, and then we put them in a feed pen and we start feeding on them, and we can get way better return on our
yeah.
investment there.
And, and see the way we're going, Dad still has some Longhorn stuff, and we are trying to wean more and more away. I have nothing. I have no horn cows. I've got just all big, good cattle. But my whole deal that I'm working toward is, and why I went to the preg chicken school that I did this year, is eventually get everything on sync. And once I get that I'm pretty much 100% or 95% on my preg chicken, basically try to get to, we don't have to carry this excess weight.
Yeah.
Basically get it to where, okay, we breed here, say 3 months later, 4 months later, we preg check. If they're not pregnant, they gone. And that's kind of the way that we're trying to go. It's more pulling Dad that way. I got right now I got a chain hooked to him to pull him along in the deal, but it's just and he don't. I mean, he's still old school. Put the cows in the pasture, whatever. I mean, the bulls in, leave it, and just sell what you can. But I'm just, if you're gonna have the tighter window you can have, you know, the more profitable you're gonna be.
Yep.
And if you're not carrying bred cows, you're getting that off the pasture, so your bred cows they've got more food. So therefore that's going to make you more profitable and have a healthier herd. And you don't have to, if you go sell, if you've got 7 that's not bred, that's not saying just get rid of 7 cows and be done. Go sell those 7. Try to buy you 3 or 4 bred ones just bred around the same window that you have back.
Yeah.
And
Now I can tell you what we did one time is we had a bull that went bad while he was in.
Yeah.
And so we had about half of a group that didn't breed and found out, of course, the bull was bad.
Yeah.
So new bull, and what we did was, okay, they were all spring calvers.
So you
We
made a
just
fall.
made them fall calvers. So then you had a big group in the spring and a big group in the fall, to start that cycle.
That was my other option that I give them, was same thing. We have like 5 pastures. Well, now one of those pastures is a bull pasture, but we have more land that we don't have no cows on right now. And I told them the same thing. I said, hey, if we have a large group or a group period that's not bred, then let's take them, move them another pasture. We got bulls that's just sitting over there doing nothing but getting fat and lazy right now.
Yep.
Bull, 1 or 2 of them bulls, drop them in there, breed them, and do the same thing.
Yeah, you're way better off in the long run, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and especially if you
now,
got pasture.
Yeah, and like us, I have Brownie that's didn't. Well, here's the deal. When I preg checked her, I give her a 50-50 because I could feel something, but I'm not saying I'm not exactly good enough to where if she's just barely bred or 2 months or something, it's hard to tell. And then convalescence and all that stuff, and it's hard on some of that.
Oh yeah.
So, and I got my 2 that I bought this year, bought them bred. They had their calves pretty quick. I don't know if they got bred, but I'm not selling them because they're not bred. I'm just going to hold them over, and they'll fall in sync next year. It's not their fault that they was like Brownie. The reason Brownie was so late is because we was just leaving bulls in for a long time. When I was trying to get David back off, he finally backed off, but he was leaving the bull in for 6 months or 7. So it's just kind of. So we're gradually going that way, and it'll get better. But I would love to have. We have a pretty good little spot of land that's nothing. I would love to take it and be able to put grass on it and go buy some like three weights, something like that, and go put them on that, or 4 weights, something like, and go turn them loose on that ryegrass. Just feed them.
My only recommendation there would be buy heifers.
Buy heifers, you think?
Because here's my
sell
experience.
Them back as replacements.
Well, they're going to sell good as replacements if you're going to sell them.
Mm-hmm.
But if the bottom falls out of the market, you turn around and put a bull on them, and recoup your investment.
Yeah, that's right.
The whole buying yearlings and feeding them out deal, that is a great way to make $1 million overnight or lose the farm overnight.
Yeah.
Chris, you act all frustrated.
Well, I mean, it was like I lost internet, and so my laptop is on Wi-Fi. And apparently there was an outage. The company was saying, no, there's not an outage. I'm sitting there looking at everything, reset the modem twice. And I'm going, yeah, there's an outage. And after so many phone calls and everything, it says, oh, it's been restored. And I just said, the heck with it. And I went back after Heather said, go get my stand. And so we're trying the stand out. So here we are. Yeah. Welcome to the living room.
Yeah, you're looking good.
But that is the nice thing about the Ghost Stream is the whole time you were gone, it's just like Paul. That dude,
Yeah.
that dude bounced, dropped out of here, and he's still sitting here gaining
Yep, he's gaining watch hours
watch
long as
hours.
run from whoever's still watching his channel. So
Yep.
Well,
Dakota,
now I don't have to stay up till 8:30, so I can call the office because they kept telling me call during regular business hours. I'm like, you don't have a tech working right now. Yeah. So
Yeah.
anyway,
well, but my deal, Dakota, the reason that some of the ranching and some of the stuff is decreasing, I'm gonna tell you, is because there's not enough of us out there, the younger people getting into farming.
Well, the
That
problem
I
is,
mean,
is
and
and I don't want to take away from what Dakota's saying because he has a valid
yeah,
point. You
yeah,
take
oh, yeah,
somebody
yeah.
new, they cannot get into this deal.
Not
I mean,
being
no.
it's yeah.
Well,
yeah,
just
you
like
can,
any other service connected thing, a field, a mechanic, whatever. They're saying we need these people, but they're not supporting them.
yeah.
Just
Yeah.
like they're not
And
supporting the farmers, the ranchers.
that's it. It's it. And it makes it hard because now not only just say, I mean, even me, just say I want to say, okay, I'm going all out. Well, now you can't go buy even junk land around here for less than 3,500, 4,000 acre. I mean, if you're gonna run any number of cattle, you're going to have 150, 200 acres to
Yeah.
run any kind of numbers on it. For one, you can't afford a monthly note on it. And I mean, it's just everything about it is working against you.
In
And
the
you got,
economy.
yeah, I mean, and they tell you all the time, you got, look at the percentage, Google the percentage of farmers, let's say over 50, ranchers over 50. You might even go and Google the number of ranchers under 50. And there lies your problem. There's no one feeling that coming in behind. And I'm
I
not
live
now
in,
don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that those $3.50 feedlot heifers at a time is or some whatever is not killing some of that. I get it, but the some of the lack of cattle is driving those prices up, and the lack of cattle is because we have a lack of ranchers and farmers.
well,
But at the same time, when was it, Trey, that they had there was people that were ranchers that were taking their cows to the sale barn and selling them like dirt cheap because there was no water
Well,
and
that happens.
drought.
That happens every year. That's every. You talking about y'all did?
oh
Yeah.
my
So
gosh.
that happens every year somewhere. Some places
Yeah.
like Texas, and I think like up, northern states, they have a little bit different times than we do. But it's the same thing happens here. It gets to the point you can't sustain, you can't carry them, because you don't have the grass. I mean, we've had times here like year before last, I think we was putting out hay in August. We was putting out hay in August, and those was a bad time here. But um, and a lot of what happened with a lot of this stuff is when all these prices hiked up like they did. There's a lot of ranchers and farmers around here that went sold everything they had
Yeah.
because you have these peaks and lows. It's just what you have in the cattle business of things. But
Well, Dakota, I mean, you got to think those heifers that they're doing that to, they were never going to be headed to the breeding program anyway. Those heifers were bound to they were headed to the rail no matter what, buddy.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
like, what was it? The government or whomever is saying that those who control the food control the people.
bingo.
and another problem with that, I know I'm still hung up on that situation, but if you go back to what we was talking about, crap, probably an hour ago now, whatever, all these solar farms and these
Don't
data
forget
centers,
wind farms.
wind farms, which wind farms you can still run cattle around the wind farms, but these solar farms and these data centers, you're taking I mean, that's lots and lots of pasture land that goes with that too.
Other
You
than
Yeah.
never know what
Do you
Have
know
you
on
seen-
what? Oh, sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead. No, after you.
have you seen all the research they did out in the Flint Hills of Kansas of the rancher out there that they put windmills
Yep.
on his pastures and nothing bred for over 5 years.
really.
And do you know
Yeah.
that the big blades on those wind farm turbines, they can't recycle them.
No. Western
Really?
Missouri, right down north of Rainey's and Paul,
Uh-huh.
down in that area, just north of them is one of the first wind farms that happened in this 4-state area. And they're
Yeah.
probably 6 to 7 years old. They've already had one collapse, and they're already having to pull blades and replace on
Yeah.
most of them there. They've never produced the first watt of electricity because the day that they put them all, turned them all online, they miscalculated something, blew the transformer, and they've been waiting on the transformer for 6 years.
And Dakota, there ain't no. It's all by design. You're right. I agree with that 100%. I think it's government is behind a lot of that stuff. But what do you do about it? Because when people come in, and some of these people, they're offering them. I'm telling you, like I said, millions and millions for land that's not worth $500,000. You know, and that's
But
that's where
those blades are just laying in people's crop fields because they can't take them
Right.
anywhere. There's nowhere to take them.
what are they built
So they
out of?
take them off and just lay them next to the access roads.
And them things are huge.
Yes,
Oh
they
my
are.
God,
Blades
huge.
are huge.
If
Like
you went up in, oh, go
60
ahead, Dale.
plus, 60 plus
Yeah.
feet long.
Yeah, yeah. When we was up there in Missouri hunting, we seen they was hauling some of them blades up there on 18-wheelers, and I mean, we walked up. I'm like, oh my gosh, you know it's big, but you don't realize how big it is until you like walk up to it, and you're like, golly.
Yep.
Interstate 35 during the daytime, I guarantee you there's escort vehicles and blades going up and down, going north on Interstate 35 through here.
When we went out west pheasant hunting, western Kansas, we went by a blade boneyard out there, and it took up all of 120 acres, and it was nothing but damaged, broken, used blades.
Hey, where's all these batteries from these Teslas and everything? What they doing with all that stuff?
What do you think's going to happen?
Yeah,
Yes, damn.
they're going to dig a hole.
You know, that was something that I brought up in a meeting tonight. Was they were talking about, these solar panels, what happens when they catch on fire. I said, do you all know what has to happen if a Tesla battery catches on fire?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, it takes a lot to put. I said, no, you're not understanding how much. I said, the first order of business is 20,000 gallons of water just to cool it to the point that they can try to put it out with something. I said, it's 20,000 gallons of water. I said,
Hey, there's Skittles. Welcome back, Skittles.
Skittles.
Yeah,
Sparkles and
it
Skittles.
is. Yeah, Skittles and glitter. Skittles and glitter. So,
Yeah, we're doing
Yeah.
an all-nighter, Jennifer, so that Trey can go get his shot in his knee.
no, y'all are killing me right now because it's 1 o'clock.
I was going to say, I'm going to have to get off here too because we got plans for tomorrow. We got to do some winterizing in the morning because this Arctic blast coming in.
It is.
At the end of the week.
Well, it's saying Sunday for here, Paul. I mean, Dale.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, it's the distance between here and there, and I'm like trying to.
Hey,
Anyway.
I've been called a whole lot worse than a godly man.
Oh, trust me, I've been called everything in the name of the book when I was in law enforcement, so I know the feeling.
Oh, Heather, you are not kidding. I had to buy a battery for a pickup. I like to poop the little green apples. I had not priced a battery for about 3 years. It scared me to death. I said, "You got to be kidding me."
Yep. The one for Jessica's Tahoe was like $260 something for that Tahoe.
Yeah.
And they make it to where you about have to buy that battery because it's an act of Congress. You about got to be a certified mechanic, change the battery in that Tahoe.
And usually Tahoes have 2 batteries, at least they did in our police cars.
These it's a place for 2. It's a place for 2, but it's only one. And of course, if they would put it where that one battery is in the front, oh, that would be simple. Oh no, this one's back in the back, under all the hood, the braces, the supports, almost under the firewall back there.
Yep. Don't get me talking about trying to change a tire on a Tahoe.
Yeah.
With all the police gear, it's like, yeah. But anyway.
Hey, now Heather, let me tell you, you have a jump pack so you won't get stranded. Let me just fill you in a little something if you don't know. If your battery goes bad, you might be okay. But but there's not hardly enough juice there to keep your vehicle going. The alternator cannot hardly produce enough now to run your vehicle.
Yeah,
with all the
we have
electricity.
2 very, 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 very overly priced jump packs at the school. And they do a really good job at jumping a battery that's about half of a volt to less.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's an actual dead battery, it is not going to turn over a tractor.
Dakota's done got on a rampage. He's done that. YouTube is scrubbing his comments. Oh. What is this?
Man, Dakota is like, he's on one, man.
I say he's done got wound up. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You had to pay for labor too. Heck yeah. It takes about 20 minutes for most batteries, and they're going to charge you at least an hour.
Yeah, what car was that like you literally had to disassemble? Like it was the trunk, and it was inside of the trunk.
BMW.
And it was inside of the fender. Like you had to take it.
Well.
Dodge Charger.
Some are like under the back seats area or something on some of these too.
Well, do you know that on a VW Volkswagen Bug, that if you take the battery out, you have to pretty much go to the dealership because it shuts down everything, and you have to do something to get it back. At least that's what I was always told.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like my son, who was a Chevy man. When he called me the other day, he was livid. My oldest son, because he'd put batteries on one of their work truck or brakes on one of their work trucks, and he's like, "You've got to be freaking kidding me." He goes, "I have to take this thing into the Chevy dealership so that they can reprogram because I replaced the brakes on it." He goes, "It is in limp mode because I replaced the brakes on it."
Well, I hadn't seen that yet. But when me and Jessica started dating in around 98, 99, she had a 97 Grand Prix, Pontiac Grand Prix.
Oh my God.
I could not change
the biggest piece of junk there ever was.
I couldn't change, and this was one of the fancy ones, all leathered out, sunroofs, but I could not change the rear brakes on it because you had to have a special tool to remove the brake caliper. And then a couple years down the road, I was going to put her some spark plugs in it. It had the V6. You have to cam the motor forward to change the back 3 spark plugs.
And if you get, and they have a flat pipe that goes across the backside that is notorious for leaking. And the only way you can replace that is to do the same thing. Take the motor mounts off, roll the engine forward to get to said pipe.
Yep.
Who comes up with these ideas? Pencil pushers?
Let me tell you, I went to a Toyota forklift school one time, and it come into one of them deals. It was one of them, it was a sensor or something we was trying to get to. It was down under. And one of the guys that was in there was one of these people that designed it. And he was like, I said, whoa, that's y'all, buddy. That is y'all. We was so tickled about that. We ragged that poor dude. It was a 3-day class. I'm telling you, he caught immortal heck that whole class.
Yeah, I had one of those. They held a skid steer school for the first time for this brand new model that come out, and the guy teaching the class, of course, he had been cutting his teeth with all the initial first sale that went out, for a year before this. And so in this class, they start bringing all these engineers in there for talking points and everything. Well, we go out to the lab, and he had the solenoid in the bottom of this thing, a hydraulic solenoid that was notorious. Like, they'd had so many failures on it. He wanted to use that as a lab. And I mean, it literally took you like 6 hours to take all this stuff and get to it and everything. And he'd done almost half of the job before the lab started, taking everything out to get down to where this was. And he put this group of engineers over there on it. The rest of us didn't even have to ever do it because it literally took them 2 days to get to this thing. Well, these guys were the ones that wrote up the warranty, and they only paid 1 hour of warranty to do this. I mean, this guy, he had an axe to grind, and he took care of it. When it all got all over said and done, he got called into the big wigs, like the CEO's office, and he pretty much got a hand slap over that deal.
I bet you he did.
But he had a point to prove, and he proved it.
Yep. That's good for him.
Yep.
That is a good thing. So, oh my goodness. Well,
here we go.
I look, I hate it.
He's crawfishing.
I told y'all from the get-go, I got to get up early in the morning and go get my first round of injections in this knee.
He's going to get injections.
Drive you?
No, but anyway, I am. It's going to be the first of 3, and I'm not looking
He's getting
forward
injections to head down the road like Brenda Cat.
No, I'm not neither. No, I'm not. Not at all.
Do we need to get you a Mickey Mouse Band-Aid for this?
Go ahead. Look, you give me whatever you think you need to get. Look, I hope it ain't bad. I hear the first shot's not bad at all. They say the second shot is a little bit worse. They say the third shot is the doozy.
Just wait till they start moving the needle around in your knee.
I hope it don't come to hush. Yeah, coming.
Oh, come on, suck it up, Buttercup. You can do it. If I did it, you can do it.
I'll never forget. I was probably 19 years old, and I had ingrown toenail. and I go to this old military. We used to call him military doctor, you know, because he was just an old, rough and tumble doctor. And he's like, I'll cut that out for you. And he's like, tells the nurse to go get the whatever, lidocaine or whatever in the syringe, you know, the deadening. And he would take that and he stuck it in the right underneath my toenail, and he jammed it all the way in. And then as he's pulling it out, he's pushing that in. And right before he gets it out, he just turns it sideways and jams it in another direction. He does this like 6 or 7 times. Oh my goodness, I like to come off that table and about box this guy's ears. Like that was the worst thing. I'm serious. I would rather stick my hand in a meat grinder. Like it hurt like you wouldn't believe. And just think that's what they're going to do to your knee in the morning.
You better bring yourself a piece of leather to bite on.
Yeah, no, it ain't gonna be that bad. It ain't, like I said. Everybody I've talked to said, "Oh, look at that, he gone."
You just now realize that?
I was over here reading. I looked up and he was gone. All right, deal. I got you. So, but
get you some rest. What time do you want me to call and wake you up?
Oh no, just yeah, no, I'll go get up. I just don't want to feel like all day tomorrow.
What time's your appointment again?
We've got to be there by 9. We got to be.
They're going to do it about 10 or 11.
I don't know. We've got to get there early. We got to go to a different doctor to do the shot. I'm not going to my doctor, so I go to a different one. That means you got to fill out all the paperwork, and so we're going to try to get there about 30 minutes early and do that.
All right. Well,
yeah.
Let's know that you'll be in my thoughts and prayers.
Dale. Oh yeah. We all good. You'll be all fine. I just hope it works. But they said the success rate is seems to be pretty good with it. So what a way to spend New Year's Eve, huh? So yeah.
Well, if you need anything, call me.
I will. So, guys, I appreciate everybody that's hung in here. We have went for a 4 hour and 11 minutes here. So, yep, Dale pulled a Paul on me. So, but anyway, I will possibly be on Amy's live tomorrow night.
Oh, I'm calling you tomorrow sometime.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna be around
or text you at least.
But we do have tomorrow. We've got we're gonna be gone doing stuff, and so I don't know what time we'll be back home or nothing like that. So anyway, Dale is probably making Kahoot notes. Where's the battery on this vehicle? No, Jennifer. I think we need to have other questions for like something to do with castrating and all that stuff. That's the kind of Kahoots we need. That'll get you really into it. Yep. Dan just had the shots in my hips. Well, like I said, everybody's told me that the first two's not bad. They said the third one is just normal, is a little worse than the rest of them. And I don't know what is a 710 count. Golly. So thank you, Karma. It's going to be fine. Like I said, the main reason I'm trying to get is not worried about the shot or the hurting, but I do have to get up in the morning and drive. So right now I'm going to it's 1:00. So I get about 4.5 hours of sleep right now. I'm good. I'm finna go in and take a handful of melatonin. That's what I'm fixing to go do right now. Chris must have locked up on us. He's froze in place. So Anyway, thank you, Miss Lori. But anyway, guys, I will talk to all y'all some point tomorrow, I'm sure. See y'all or whatever. I appreciate everybody stopping by. I appreciate y'all going and watching from all these other guys' channel so we can help them get their watch hours. And like I said, any of y'all that need it, want to, y'all hit me up. Send me an email or whatever you need to do. Ask for the numbing spray. Some hospitals have a spray. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they gonna give me some numbing shots or something. So get Bunny to take you. Yeah, I hear you. 4 times. I think the last one was the worst. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be a 3-shot. And that's what I heard. That 3 was the worst. So we'll see. Time will tell. I will let y'all know maybe tomorrow night when I see y'all. So anyway, guys, hey, I appreciate all y'all. And till next time, guys, we'll see y'all.